All right, fans, here we go. It's history at the Capitol and the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing for the unified light heavyweight championship of the world. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance and boxing fans joining us around the world, live from Washington, D.C., it's showtime! Introducing to you first on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black trunks with gold trim, from Shymkent, Kazakhstan, now living in Las Vegas, Nevada. He weighed in at 174.5 pounds. His record stands at 14 wins, 1 loss, with 9 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight in his 6th title defense, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the WBA and IBA light heavyweight champion of the world, introducing Mid-bout Shumanov. And his opponent across the ring on my left, fighting out of the blue corner, truly one of boxing's all-time greats. Entering the ring wearing burgundy trunks with gold and white trim, fighting out of his home of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He weighed in at a trim and ready 172.5 pounds. In his 31st world title bout, his record stands at 54 wins, 6 losses, 2 draws, 1 no contest, 1 no decision, and 32 wins coming by way of knockout. In the history books as the oldest fighter ever to hold a world title, please welcome the former undisputed middleweight champion of the world and the current IBF light heavyweight champion of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, here is boxing's ageless wonder, introducing Bernard, the Alien Hopkins.
All right, Bernard.
And once again, our referee in charge, now to give instructions, Earl Brown.
Good luck, man. There for you anything you need.
Yeah, all right.
It's all you, Mr. Brown.
All right. But Bernard, you guys have received your instructions in the dressing room. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. Anything from here down is going to be considered low. Anything from here down is going to be considered low. Gentlemen, let's get this thing on.
Okay, don't mind if we do.
I know. Belly button.
Hopkins and Shumanov. Had that common victory over Ornelas. They both dominated him. Does that mean they're even on paper? Let's find out. Hopkins was a considerable favorite. He's only about 2-1. And then Shumanov lowered those odds in places where betting is legal, Las Vegas. Give you some relative idea of the parity that these guys have. Shumanov waiting here, trying to unload something on Hopkins.
Shumanov is trying to be a little aggressive, but without being reckless. And you look and you say, yeah, but he's not jabbing, so how's he not being reckless? Because he's keeping his eyes focused on the chest area of Bernard, so anytime Bernard moves, he's going to be in position to either go left or right.
Well, I'm surprised that more fighters don't try, is to jump on Hopkins, who gets more comfortable as the fight goes along. That's just been his pattern. You have a chance to put rounds in the bank on him. But once he settles into his groove, it's very difficult to get him out of that groove.
Right.
What Hopkins does is wait, starts to fire right hand leads, frustrates you because you can't get in on him. you exhaust yourself trying to get to it.
And this is exactly what Bernard wants. He wants you to be tentative and hesitant. And the crowd, a few of seminar fans yelling baby.
Traveled a long way to do it.
If he's going to fight like this for the duration, he's not going to be close to winning.
He'll be in the Konechny camp.
Yes.
One of our earlier fights.
Break, don't punch, don't punch, don't punch, don't punch, don't punch. Let him go, let him go, let him go. When I say break, let him go. No punching when I say break, please. Fight.
Talked about the fact that the Shumenov is from Kazakhstan, but now lives in Las Vegas, fights out of Las Vegas.
Kazakhstan has a great boxing program there. You know, I've been there. Has a great, great boxing program.
Time!
You take a look at Shumenov. Both fighters had easy victories in their last. Shumenov stopping Thomas Kovacs in 3 rounds in San Antonio. And Hopkins beating Carol Marat in Atlantic City, New Jersey.
Break, break, break. Don't punch, don't punch, don't punch, don't punch. Break. No,
The
don't
mugging
punch, don't
already
punch.
starting.
Fight.
Hopkins with some short right hands. And then they tie up.
See, it's funny because the punch that I see here for Hopkins is a right hand. And the punch I see for Shumenov that's open is a left hook.
He just tried it.
Yeah, the right hand is there for Hopkins. He just needs to shorten it. And Shumenov, the left hook is there for him.
Break. Don't punch, don't punch, don't punch.
Hopkins likes that
break,
right
break.
hand
Let him
anyway,
go.
especially the short one.
Fight.
Even as a right hand lead, which you're not supposed to be able to do against righties. But if you do it from an angle and you have quickness, you can get away with it.
Okay, right there, right hand, if Bernard just pulled the trigger, right there, right hand.
Right hand by Hopkins sneaked in.
But this is what I mean when I said earlier, how you're beaten before you even get in the ring. Because you're saying to yourself, I'm going to do this, but Bernard is so crafty, he might counter, he might do this, he might do that. So you start to overthink.
And I think what you have to do against this type of an opponent, which is what we saw Chad Dawson do, although he had the physical tools, is you have to try to muscle it. Throw him around. So there's the shoulder roll that Hopkins has, the tying up, and he's hitting on the break and getting under Shumenov's skin.
Fight.
So many tricks that he has. But you bring up something interesting about fighters being intimidated. You know, you can be intimidated by Tyson because of the power.
Right.
But to be intimidated by a crafty guy is something that doesn't usually
Let him go, let him go, let him go. Let him go, Bernard.
That just,
Come on, keep coming.
it only
Keep punching
means
up. Punch
that
him in the hip now.
you are
All
not
right?
completely
Fight.
confident in what it is you can do. When I was boxing, I was confident that no matter what I did, it was going to work. I didn't worry about if he had something offset.
Round 3 underway.
And in between rounds, Brother Nazim said, you already see it, you just got to trust it. I like Brother Nazim, the trainer. I think he's very intelligent when it comes to tactical. But don't talk cold. You see it, you gotta trust it. You see what? That's what I tell my friends. You see what?
Right.
If it's not confirmed, if you don't know what I see, don't assume I see it.
I think he was talking about the right hand.
Okay, say that. You see the right hand? I say yes, then say, okay, trust it. But don't just say, I see you see it, so trust it.
Double jab here by Hopkins.
Shimonov is, I think, trying to get to the head of Bernard, and it's just not going to happen.
So look where he has his left hand. I mean, you can't set a trap against Hopkins. He's seen everything.
He's seen everything, and he has done everything.
And now he's retreating here, and Shumanov's already complaining to the referee. He gets bailed by Hopkins.
Right. In this case here, Hopkins, rough. If you got to fight 30 seconds to round, so be it.
And what we had there was Shumanov talking to the referee and Hopkins nailing him. And that captures the mystique of Hopkins perfectly. Get you talking to yourself, get you talking to the referee, diverting your attention, and he nails you.
Nice right hand to the body by Hopkins.
The jab by Hopkins.
Hopkins, nice jab. He steps off and then stops and pops a jab.
The jab by Shumanov scores. Hopkins waiting. What do we do next? Raising jab.
Hopkins is moving predominantly to his right. Shumanov, for the life of me, throw a left hook. Stop him. Force him to go left. If you allow, Crafty got to go to
So round 3 belongs to Hopkins. As we start round 4, Bernard Hopkins taking on Mid-bout Shumanov, defending his title.
And Shumanov, in order to turn this around, because once you give Bernard that confidence and rhythm, it's going to be a long night. So Shumanov has to, when Bernard go to move left, force Bernard right. Or vice versa.
Action here by Hopkins. 3rd in overall championship rounds in boxing history. England Griffith had the most. Ray Battelle. And here is Hopkins. Good short right hand. I mentioned before in his title fights, Hopkins' opponent had over 1,000 victories. So he has dismantled some very good guys. Destroyed a lot of careers. Dwayne Taylor never the same. Kelly Pavlik never the same.
That's more or less the end of Kelly Pavlik under Bernard.
And Antonio Tarver never the same. All 3 of those names held title bouts. Hopkins able to shake and bake with him here and move. Shumanov has had a little bit of the deer in the headlights look.
And see, Bernard is getting him used to seeing him move. So watch, Bernard moves, then he'll stop and he'll pop down. Like that.
Break, don't punch, let him go, don't punch. Fight.
Good jab by Hopkins.
But I saw that right hand as being the key from Bernard. And if I saw it, and this is the 4th round, obviously Shumanov had yet to pick it up and see it.
Shumanov just not able to get near Hopkins. Gets a grazing right hand in there, but the Hopkins can see everything coming from him. And anticipates it, so when he doesn't like what's going on,
don't punch,
he
don't punch,
ties
don't
him
punch.
up.
Let him go. Let him go, let him go. Let him go. Fake. Time!
Hard straight right hand is the jab, so Bernard Hopkins in his element against a guy who holds the title belt, but looks inexperienced.
Break.
coming
Let him
in
go, let him
against
go.
him.
Big-butt, let him go.
Yeah, he certainly looks very, very green and inexperienced. You know, he's a world champion, but only 15 fights and he's a master. Craftsman.
Tie each other up.
Now he's going to get desperate.
Donna Stevenson, Bernard, Kovalev, Shumanov, and Jorgen Brammer. Names in the 175-pound division. Right hand lead by Hopkins.
Break. Let him go, Bernard. Don't have him. Let him go, let him go.
Waited for him to punch.
Fake.
Right there, look at Shumanov. He's standing in front of Bernard, left hand down. Been getting hit with right hands all night. And he got his left hand down, very, very amateur.
Hopkins could have sent him an invitation about that lead right-handed guy. And still scored with it. He is
Again, there comes
so
a
good
time.
at picking that up.
Right. There comes a time where pick your hand up. You're getting hit by right hand repeatedly. Pick your hand up.
Right hand again by Hopkins.
I can guarantee you, when they get
Let him go.
separation,
Let him go.
Shumanov left hand gonna be
Fake.
still. Look at that.
Hopkins leaning to the right.
But not only is Bernard having success with the right hand, Shumanov is just following him around
Opens up the left hook. Anything Bernard Hopkins wants to do.
because Shumanov is following him with his hands down.
Break. Don't punch. Let him go,
You know
Bernard.
what? They should take his belt from him,
Fake.
just for being as stupid as he is too.
Yeah, you want to get it back, you have to go and do something.
He picked up his left hand. Oh, wow. I got excited for nothing.
He has no strategy here. There's the right hand again by Hopkins.
Break. No punch. Let him go. Fake.
And he made this, up to this point, very easy for him.
One of the easiest fights we've ever seen Hopkins in.
Time.
We get ready for round 6,
Fight.
and Bernard Hopkins is taking Mid-bout Shumanov to school.
Another the viewer sitting there saying, Bernard's throwing the right hand, so how come Shumanov is not countering? Because watch, every time Bernard lands the right hand, he falls in. He falls all the way in. So that's his defense.
There's that lead right hand again by Hopkins. Quick, short one.
He got no defense. All he do is swing big and try to attack me. He's not real, Ed, I'm telling you. He a fraud.
Hopkins pounding his chest, something we don't usually see from him.
He's
I
having
think
fun.
he's excited about what he's doing in
Yeah.
this fight.
Look, Bernard is stepping right. Now he's right in front of Shumanov, and Shumanov does nothing. Throw a jab. Throw a feint. Do something.
As he throws something, he gets hit because he threw the wrong
Break.
shot.
Hey, don't slow him, please. Fake.
That's why you have to jab your way in. But look how exasperated he looks, and look how tired he looks. Shumanov.
But look at his left hand. I feel like getting up there in between rounds, slapping him.
Watch those feet, guys. Watch those feet.
But right in front of Bernard, left hand down, he does nothing. Now Bernard is slowly pushing backwards.
The hook gets in by Hopkins. Double jab by Hopkins.
So look at it. He don't even realize Bernard is pushing him backwards because he's doing it so sudden. Look at Shumanov, he's going backwards. Not even realizing.
Jab gets in by Hopkins.
And Bernard knows his distance. He has that space where he can punch. He's throwing those long shots. Shumanov is just waiting to get hit. That's what he's doing.
That's where that left hand is now. He's just sitting there.
And Bernard hasn't really turned the right hand over either.
That hook gets in by Hopkins in the right hand still. Thought about the bolo. Comes back. This is the easiest fight that Bernard Hopkins has had probably in a decade to this point.
Step right, Shumanov does nothing. He's allowing him to step and maneuver any way he wants. And Shumanov is trying to throw hard shots. He should not throw hard
Come on,
shots.
don't hold him. Don't
Just
break,
let your
break.
hands
Don't
go.
punch, don't punch. Back up,
Tap
baby.
him, you tap him. Just let your hands go.
Fight.
So we are halfway through a familiar story.
Time!
Hopkins on. All right, so we start round 7. And Brother Nassim Richardson in the corner of Bernard Hopkins actually imploring him to finish the fight.
Yeah, step it up and get the knockout. And why not? Because he's able to land one right hand, throw the left hook and right hand again behind it. Combinations that will probably get Shumanov out of there.
It's one of the few times we've heard that from Richardson over the years, as Hopkins has been engaged in fights against guys that he has to outlast, let them get tired, and then his decision's done. But this has been a gliding effort.
Let him go, baby. Baby, you're holding. Let him go.
Doing everything he
Break,
wants,
break,
and,
break,
and
break.
Shumanov
Break.
playing
Don't
into
punch
it.
him when I say hold, okay? All right. Fight.
And you would think there would be some urgency on the part of Shumanov, but it hasn't been yet. He's still looking to throw one punch.
That's what happens when a guy beats you to the punch. Jab here by Hopkins. The timing has been good for Hopkins. Makes you reset. Then the right hand lead by
break.
Hopkins.
Let him go, let him
So
go. Don't punch, don't punch, don't
unconventional,
punch.
But it catches Shumanov.
Fight.
He threw 3 stiff jabs. Shumanov stood in front of him, so he decided to throw a right hand. And Shumanov not only standing right in front of him, he's walking straight in.
He's not throwing. But there's no chance for the hook right there. Doesn't throw it, and gets nailed with the right hand.
Break. Don't punch, don't punch, don't punch, don't punch. Fight.
Now comes in with his hands down low again, and the jab was far out, could not get in.
You know, Bernard is just allowing him to use his aggression against himself. Bernard just allowing him to come in. Every time he come in and throw a little jab, Bernard either pops him with a jab or throws a right hand.
As he
Break,
did
break,
against
don't
the
punch, don't
likes
punch,
of
don't punch.
Tavares Cloud
Fight,
recently.
break.
Guy was tall, younger, and just out of gas by the end of the fight. Left hook by Hopkins. Round 7 is history.
Time.
Take a look at Bernard Hopkins, 49 years young. taking on Mid-bout Shumenov. Dave Bontempo and Brian Adams with you at the Rivalry in Washington, D.C. Hopkins and Mid-bout Shumenov, both title holders of 175 pounds. One fighter 19 years older than the other. He's the one doing all the damage.
And it's strange because, I mean, obviously I'm sitting here.
Break, don't punch. Let him go, Bernard. Bernard, let him go.
But I can see every time he's about to throw
Fight.
his right hand. And Shumenov just haven't picked up on it. Here's a guy who had sense advantage to the went to the Olympics, world champion. Certain things you need to pick up on.
That guy's had 5 successful title defenses as well, not even just a brand new champion.
When Bernard turns his shoulder, right, dips his shoulder, right, he's about to get away. But when he stays on a acute angle, he's going to do nothing but jab.
And if you're fighting above your Shumenov,
Got to
pop 2 jabs in there to start with. You'll make him reload.
But now at least Shumenov is trying to throw a hook, trying to keep Bernard, keep his right hand up high for defense.
Break, don't punch. Let him go.
Throw hooks.
Fight.
He can't get away from his
I don't like people standing there just doing nothing.
Every time you double jab, you going to his arm.
You know, I don't mind that.
Now let the clock tick.
Yeah.
Right hand by Hopkins scores. Left kick by Shumenov.
Yeah, nothing but air to him.
Stab me with that jab. Stab me. There you go. Stab me with that jab.
Yeah, and there's a right hand by Hopkins.
It's good. Bernard is controlling the movement. He's controlling the output of punches. They call that range innings or something.
Yeah, and they don't usually reward it, but they do in his case. He's the general, all right. He's in charge of this one. We head into round 9, and Bernard Hopkins stuck in the clinic. Mid-bout Shumenov. Hopkins is 54, 6, and 2. Shumenov 14 and 1. Both hold light heavyweight champions.
So now Shumenov is starting to cut the ring off somewhere.
Yeah, he really might as well go for broke. He's had 8 rounds of Hopkins timing. Might as well try a different speed. Try swarming and see what happens.
I still don't like how that left hand is on Shumenov. He hasn't had enough right hand.
He's eaten quite a few of
Here
those.
come a right hand.
Hopkins waiting.
Break. Let him go, Bernard.
He turns his shoulder right. He's going for the lead right hand.
Good right hand lead by Hopkins and a good strong right hand. And the jab by Hopkins. Shumenov trying to cut off the ring, but not throwing when he gets close.
Yeah, I really don't think he knows how to cut the ring off. Yes, he has had success with former world champions, Montel Griffin, Byron Mitchell, William Joppy, but they were old, they were fake. The point he fought them. So he didn't have to really be creative and cut the ring with.
Shumanov unable to get anything started. There's the jab by Hopkins. Has his chance here. He's got Hopkins moving away. This one he should leap in. He's tired too. You take a look at where that left hand is. Maybe he's too tired to operate normally with it.
That left hand has been all night. He has been standing right in front of Bernard. He's waiting to get hit.
10th round action. Bernard Hopkins, ageless wonder of boxing, 49 years old.
And see, when you have a matchup like this, let's compare this to the Peter Quillen match. Peter was boxing, but winning, whether you expect a knockout from him or not, he was winning. He was boxing. But they booed. Whereas Bernard, they came in expecting to see an artist. You know, paint the picture, round after round, you see a different image. And at the end of the night, you're going to see the complete picture. So the crowd is appreciative of Bernard.
And, you know, it's for what he's done. It's for him being 49 and turning back the clock. And being able to dismantle, thoroughly dominate guys with good records and guys who have title belts. He doesn't fight bums.
No, he's fighting who they put in front of him.
And what they always put in front of him is somebody with a belt, because he won't fight unless that's at stake. So it's all been top-level guys, and he makes them appear frustrated, and he makes them look amateurish. A guy that likes to fight you in close.
Right, he engages. It's not as if he's giving you a bunch of lateral movement. He engages with guys.
He follows whatever mistake you've made and turns that into his strategy. And in this case, with Shumanov carrying a low left hand throughout this fight, then the Hopkins right hand over the top became a big part of the game plan.
And all Shumanov needs to do is throw a quick double left hook. Because every time you throw one hook, Bernard covers the fire. Quickly throw a double hook.
Hopkins with a small edge in power punches landed, but a high edge in power punch percentage. Landed about half of his punches that are not jabs, showing that he has his distance down perfectly and has good proximity to Shumanov when he fires.
You see Bernard just waiting for that counter right here.
Bernard Hopkins into round 11 we go. There has been the Bernard Hopkins clinic.
He's going to take a wow gamble guess here. Shumanov going to stand in the ring with his hand down, left hand down, Bernard going to go from right hand. Hand clean.
We talked about some of the things Hopkins does. What has he done tonight most as Shumanov tries to climb over that has shown you his throwback stats?
Well, he's been able to, as always, remain consistent. Take what is given to him. Shumanov gives him right hands, he's taking it. He's not trying to do anything above what he should be doing. And that's
Big shot. Opens up and the knockdown.
5, 6, 7, 8. How you feel, man?
Big
All right, let's go.
He rarely stops, guys, but I think tonight it's there in front of him.
But look at that left hand. I'm shooting him. Just got knocked down, didn't he?
It should be, if you're not able to do something, either grab to survive or put that hand up.
No, I don't think he knows how to hold on.
Well, Hopkins wants to land another big shot.
Nice left hook.
A right hand. Big left hook by Hopkins.
Bernard can certainly get the knockout if he commits.
The B-hop.
Break. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Turning into a crescendo now. The crowd will love to see the rarity of rarities, a knockout from Hopkins.
If Bernard commits, he can get the knockout this round.
Good hook by
It's just one
Hopkins.
punch though. Bernard need to put them together.
But he's going to the spot where the left hook by Shumenov is sure to follow. And then he can pop the right hand over that.
Come on, punch out. Break. Don't punch. Right.
Shumenov exasperated and fatigued, totally gassed. Hopkins mentioned Colano.
He's just playing with him now.
Well, he's been toying with him for a while. The big example of it there is Hopkins
Nice right hand by Shumenov.
gets reminded that the other guy is here. Okay, the final rounds. And what has been an exceptional performance for Bernard Hopkins against Mid-bout Shumenov.
And then, people ask the question, why is Bernard still fighting when he's 49? This is why he's having fun.
Having fun, and
And he's winning.
nobody can convince him via their performance to get him out of the game. So he gets more fans. The older he gets, the more the idea of watching the oldest fighter try to extend that streak. Occupies that rare spot in the hearts of fans, being the oldest. So every time he fights, it's an extension of that. And how about if he fights right around the time he's 50?
You're right. He's become more or less a franchise on the East Coast now. When he fights, you're coming to see what he's going to do tonight.
Good hook by Hopkins, jab, body shot by Hopkins.
Break. Let him go. Let him go. Back up. Don't punch when I say break, please.
We'd
Fight.
love to close the show. This is the easiest fight Hopkins has had.
You're not even
in a
breathing.
long time. The B-hop champ. Pretty loud now. Hopkins really taunting, daring him to come in and land the shot. Hopkins scores with a hook.
Break. Let him go. Don't punch. Let him go. Let him go, Bernard.
49-year-old toying with the 30-year-old.
But you know what? If you're Shumenov, toying is fine. You can deal with it. But toying and beating you.
Break. Fight.
For Shumenov, haven't been in this fight one single second.
And he came in with a belt.
All right, don't hold him. Break. Let him go. Right.
And Bernard let him off the hook, to be honest. Because he could have got a knockout this round.
Jab by Hopkins here.
Well, don't hold
Shoulders
him.
come together.
Don't hold him.
Uppercut by Hopkins.
Shumenov shook his head no, but I hit another one.
Left hook by Hopkins.
Don't punch, don't punch. Break, let him go, Mid-bout. Fight.
Shumanov, Canelo Shumanov could not get to Hopkins. And one of the finest outings we've seen from Hopkins, and probably, I think, the easiest fight he's ever had since the Tarver fight in 2006.
We have a split decision.
Wow.
Judge ringside, Dave Moretti scores the bout 116 to 111, Bernard Hopkins. Judge Gustavo Padilla sees the bout 114 to 113, Mid-bout Shumanov. And judge at ringside, Jerry Roth sees the bout 116 to 111 in favor of the winner. He is now the unified light heavyweight champion of the world, Bernard the Alien Hopkins.
Wow.
Fighting out of the blue corner, wearing silver official weight, 170 pounds. Professional record, 48 victories, including 32 knockouts, 5 defeats, and 1 bout even. He's from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and this future Hall of Famer is a 2-time world champion. The former light heavyweight world champion and former undisputed middleweight champion of the world, Bernard, the Executioner Hopkins. And fighting out of the red corner, wearing dark navy official weight, 169 pounds. A perfect professional record consisting of 34 bouts, 34 victories, including 30 knockouts. The middleweight title is not on the line tonight. He is the fighting blue-collar pride of Youngstown, Ohio, the undefeated middleweight champion of the world, Kelly the Ghost Pavlik.
Kelly, Bernard, you receive your instructions. Again, I will repeat, obey my commands at all times. Keep it nice, clean, and professional. Touch them up. Good luck to both of you.
Final instructions from referee Benji Estevez. Welcome to Atlantic City for the main event, folks. I'm Alan Massengale. I'll be Dave Bontempo and Ron Borges. It's been a long night of fighting, but all leading up to this, I'd have to judge by what we heard is a pro-Pavlik crowd for the most part. I think they all paid a lot of heavy toll fees to get over here from Ohio, and here we go. 12 rounds of boxing action from Boardwalk Hall of Atlantic City. Pavlik on the right side, the champion. Taking on Bernard Hopkins in a light heavyweight bout. At a catch weight of 170 pounds. A fight that the money was too good to turn down. And we'll see what happens in this one.
They sold out the house, practical $700 ringside seats. The Youngstown Brigade coming down, and the Hopkins living about less than 80 miles away from here, but it's Pavlik's crowd.
I don't think, guys, the pre-fight ceremony put on by Hopkins and his hood and all those other things rattled Pavlik at all.
No, I don't think so, but you know, that was all part of the gamesmanship that's going on here, the referee controversy. There was an argument over who was coming in the ring first. Hopkins people said, we're the champion, we come in last. Hopkins people said, he's the legend, he comes in last. So ultimately he came in last and made Pavlik wait in the neutral corner. John helped him with the fight.
Hopkins applying a little pressure there. A huge age difference, as we've mentioned, 17 years.
Hopkins is heading straight to the Hall of Fame. And he retires for the second or third or fourth time. He's already had one retirement.
That's never enough.
Never enough.
This is certainly the pace Hopkins is not this fight fighting.
He's waiting. Pavlik cutting off the ring, being enabling Hopkins to wait and then take a shot at him, which will try to dig the right hand under the ribs.
And it should be mentioned that the man who ended the great middleweight reign, Bernard Hopkins, Jermaine Taylor, was a guy that Hopkins couldn't beat and Pavlik destroyed. After being knocked down, coming back, won twice.
Two fights for each.
Oh,
2 fights for each.
Let's go.
In that first fight with Taylor, he hit Hopkins with a good right hand in the second round and slowed it for several rounds, but then Hopkins mugged him from round 9 on. And Taylor really hasn't been quite the same since then, although winning the rematch. They try to do the same against Pavlik. He try to mug him.
Now.
It shows what he'll try to do there, which is to have Pavlik standing there and then go out and then come out.
Another issue here already.
Some of that off. Too much Vaseline.
Usually the Vaseline issue.
Let's go. Time in.
Okay, round 2. As you'll notice, we talked about Hopkins finding different ways to get the job done. We've seen the development of Kelly Pavlik with good right hand just missing Hopkins. Hopkins showed a lot of speed here tonight, guys.
And he's come out of some recent fights, good fast start, and he has a beat on the right hand over the jab of Pavlik that he's trying to score.
I'll tell you one thing that's surprising to me is Pavlik just looks a lot bigger than Bernard Hopkins, even though they weigh the same.
Oh, there's a left hand that got in on Pavlik. That's been the issue that we were talking about. Pavlik, a dominating force at 160. He comes in weighing in at 169 for this, and don't tell him what his weight was tonight, but he walks around at 175. But this is a different looking Pavlik by far.
Clean break, step back, both these.
Well, you're going to see a guy tied up a lot. You're going to see a guy fighting someone who wants this to crawl along in fits and starts and not to have a huge, quick fight. Hopkins would like this to be an uneven battle in terms of its pace.
He'll change like a chameleon throughout the fight. Showing flashes of speed early, but don't be surprised when you start seeing the shoulder movement.
Hopkins got to him.
He sure did.
Caught him with a straight left hand.
He sure did. You can tell Pavlik's reaction. He was in a little bit of trouble, but we've seen that before. Same round he got hurt, Jermaine Taylor, remember the second round.
He was down and 2 punches from being out in that one before coming back.
No combination, left hand, right left got in. We've been talking about the right hand over the jab. Pavlik's got to keep him off of the jab, and he's not throwing it.
Well, Pavlik does need to fire a quick jab and bring it back because Hopkins is playing off that and charging him and doing the mugging jab.
There you go.
Watch the back of the head. Watch the shoulder.
You're going to see speed all the time. You're going to see a bull rush every now and then.
Pavlik already starting to roll over the mouse on his right arm.
All right, we'll see if that was a wake-up call for Kelly Pavlik. You heard it in the corner. We were talking about that jab, and he wasn't throwing.
Clean break. Let's go. Clean break.
Anything except let Bernard use his strategy to fight him as if he's the lead right hand. The southpaw.
Can't throw a double jab if you're not throwing a single jab.
Yeah, you got to throw one first to get the second one, don't you?
It's like you can't pull the trigger. Whether he has too much respect for Hopkins, it can be a problem.
Or Hopkins is lined up defensively exactly where Hopkins, where Pavic wants to throw the jab, and he's waiting.
Exactly. And Hopkins is smart enough to take the fight to him when he can, and that's what he's doing.
Give me a clean break, guys. Come on.
Estevez has got his hands full here.
Guys.
And Hopkins senses indecision, and then he jumps on it.
You won't find a more cerebral fighter than him ever.
Pavic was not expecting Hopkins to set the pace because he hasn't done in his last few fights.
And as we said in the preview, you never know what Hopkins is going to do. He does what he has to do, and right now he's just, I think he just adjusts on the fly like all the great ones do. He senses some kind of weakness, and that's where he is.
I think it's feeling also, well, I'm going to come for him before he comes for me.
And he's getting off the punches early. Pavic hasn't landed anything solid. Crowd reacting to this 43-year-old legend in the ring, taking it to the 26-year-old.
This is a veteran sensing that the upstart fighter, younger fighter, is tight. So he's taking advantage of that. And so far, the weight class deal for Hopkins is working out too. The guy's just not coming up with the same type of power, but he is tight. Pavic has to let his hands go and try to get into a rhythm.
He can't allow himself to get tied up like it just happened in here. You got him in a position you want him in. Don't let him grab you. You got to punch. And that's another sign of that hesitancy.
What we're seeing now from Hopkins is what we've expected to see throughout a lot of the fight, the stopping to get out in front before this and get some nice flurries together because Pavic left himself in.
First good stiff punch of the night by Pavic at the crowd. It's roaring momentarily.
He's sensing that he's got to get going here.
5 seconds. All right, let him out, let him out, let him out, let him out. Let him out.
Combination of a sweet shot, a hold, and a sweet shot.
Round 4.
Nazim Ritz and Hopkins' trainer basically want him to slow down a little bit, feeling that maybe he's coming out and trying to do a little bit too much.
He didn't slow down there. He working the body, working his jab. He's out jabbing Pavic. Pavic had to pull the right hand back right there.
Well, Hopkins has been doing all the action. How big is a 3-point lead at this point in the fight if that's how the judges see it? Pavic would have to win 7 of the next 9 rounds to win the fight. Talk about no margin for error.
Now we got Hopkins going into movement and hard to hit mode. Then sometimes he gets into that Evander mode is what I call it.
He's backing up a little more. He's laying on the ropes on purpose.
Yep.
Trying to steal a little rest.
Break, go punch and step back.
Let's go. Mid-round.
Let's go.
And that's what Pavic has to take advantage of. Don't let him rest. Make him work.
And that's one thing they emphasized coming in, that they would set a pace that they liked and Hopkins did not.
Bring no punching. Let's go. Let's go. Guys,
and your
keep it clean on the breaks.
observation
Come on.
guys, is that Pavic, I never thought he'd look bigger than Hopkins, but he obviously is.
Bigger and thus far slower.
All right, let him out. Let him out. Let him out. Let him out. Let him out.
Indecision.
Watch the back of the head, both of you.
One minute to go in round 4. Since Hopkins picking up the pace just a little bit, Pavic hasn't figured it out yet. He may not. And he's got to do what he does best.
Well,
And not worry about what Hopkins does.
he's starting
break,
to
no
launch
punch.
a little bit more.
Yep.
Kelly, watch that
He's trying to
shoulder.
put more into his plan.
Hopkins is the genius of making the other guy do what he wants him to do.
Good left to the body there by Hopkins. And he holds and flips back out.
He steals 10 to 15 seconds of pure
All right, hold on.
tremendous punching.
That's
and
it
then
back in the
slows
head now.
pace
Come
down
on
a
now.
bit.
This is like you said, Dave. It's going to come in spurts and waves.
Remember that double jab that Jack Lowe was talking
5
about?
seconds.
Has anybody seen that?
No. And it's a slow jab, too, when he's throwing.
He's just started with the single.
Go to round 5. And Tablet has some catching up to do. Comes around a little bit of round 4. Hopkins going to lead left hook. And famous Tablet jab was yet to show up. But when it does, it's sort of pawing out there, not the effective punch that it has been in the past.
And the jab right hand behind it is what you make your living on. You take the jab out, you basically aren't doing anything.
Maybe surprising Pavlik about the hand speed of Hopkins on the inside. Because he's not doing the jab in the right hand because of what Hopkins is doing.
All right, break, step out, let's go.
I think the aggressiveness of Hopkins has surprised them. They thought it was going to be a lot of use of defense, and he would have to open up his defense. And it's been the opposite, which is the brilliance of Bernard Hopkins.
Remember, this man is 43 years old. He's putting this in the inside, the uppercut. Stealing points. You know, Albert worked a little bit to the body, but he just got tagged again.
43 going on 28.
The way he looks. A few years ago, that would be unheard of to think the guy had this much speed and stamina at age 43.
All right, break, no punching, no punching, no punching, no punching.
He's holding, he's hitting, he's using his head.
But look at this, Hopkins just walking away from an almost low blow. Holding and hitting. Don't go over the body. Pavlik had a clean shot there almost, but couldn't land it. Then there's a right hand that finally came back. The Pavlik crowd says, hey, it's the 5th round. We're waking up here a little bit. But look at the countering by Hopkins. Now Hopkins goes out in the middle of the ring and takes it to him. And the speed, the hand speed, guys, I think is the difference right now.
It's surprising, Pavlik, too, because Hopkins' in the last few fights, we haven't seen this kind of sustained hand speed.
And Pavlik's starting to bleed from the nose, and Hopkins is doing a good job of BSing the referee into thinking he's getting hit behind the head when he's not getting hit behind the head.
Break.
Bring that right hand behind the jab.
Don't spin him, don't spin him.
Take advantage of the
5 seconds.
so-called old man over there, but he's not doing it. The problem with that is that the other guy's quicker. Round 6.
He's particularly quicker if you don't throw it.
and most of the handicappers going into this
break.
fight said, okay, Hopkins got to get inside and work the body, but he's doing it both ways. He's winning it from the outside with speed.
Well, he's being given more of a gift than maybe some people would have thought based on the style and what Pavlik is leaving himself open for. Yeah, the Pavlik supporters would say no way would they figure he'd get in there and freeze up as he has done throughout most of the first 5 rounds.
Hopkins waving Pavlik in. Because Pavlik is smothering, he smothers himself. When he gets the position to jab, instead of jabbing, he keeps coming forward. That's what Hopkins wants, and he smothers him.
Big right hand over the top, and then Hopkins holds on.
Right there, he should be jabbing, but he's not.
Then Hopkins beats into the jab and it sets up the right hook. Head
Right,
movement
right.
on the inside.
Oh boy.
Watch your heads, guys. Watch your heads.
And that's all you get out of it is watch the head, so Hopkins gets out clean with that.
Could be a breather round for Hopkins right here. Okay. Crowd reacts.
Watch your head in there. Watch your head in there.
It's amazing that even though that punch didn't land solidly at all, that Hopkins is out there winning the battle from the distance and getting off faster.
And showing some pretty good movement
Good
after.
movement, yeah.
Sneaky right
Yep.
hand, and then he's out of
Those
it.
things hurt.
Break.
They don't look like the biggest punches in the world, but those are the ones that can put the lights out.
And they're clear shots for the judges, too. So you get the full scoring effect of it, then you tie up.
Now you've got Hopkins holding the back of his head. You've got Pavel complaining to the referee. Just the type of thing that Hopkins wanted to get Pavel involved in. Everything but doing what he needs to do to win the fight.
Got some blood on the face of Pavlik coming from his nose.
Break.
I think that came from that right hand, guys.
Yeah. Good, short, sneaky right hand off the shoulder. And there's the head that got in that same spot.
What does it tell you when he's laying the right hand over that supposed jab that was Kelly's best offensive and defensive weapon to set up everything he's been doing?
5 seconds.
It shows you that Pavlik is just toying
Whoop,
with the
right hand again. Another right hand. End around.
No,
Because you're going to get cracked.
Here we go. Round 7. Things going Bernard Hopkins' way seemingly tonight, although none of the three of us have a judge's card in front of us. But you would think that it couldn't have gone much better for Hopkins.
We're not.
What he
Watch
wanted
the
to
holding,
accomplish,
okay?
considering
Excessive holding.
I've got a warning there about holding. Whatever else he wants to warn him about. We've got a little bit of everything. They can warn him about headbutts, holding.
The key is just not to get 2 warnings in a row for the same offense.
Pavlik actually throwing a little bit of a jab to that counter right. Right hand from Hopkins.
Wow. And then he hit him with an uppercut on the inside.
Little right hand over the top. After he went to the body, Pavlik pawing and missing and looking off.
Right hand bothers you for Pavlik. And then Hopkins goes underneath with a good hard left hook to the body.
Little right hand. Look at the swelling on the right, the left cheek of Pavlik. And those right hands that are coming in. There's just not the authority in his jab that you would thought he would be able to snap it out there and slow down Hopkins.
Thus far, he's just not resisting. He's getting close, and Hopkins wants to hold him. He lets him hold.
Hopkins has a way of making
He wants to hit on it
himself.
Another warning.
How many warnings can you get?
Oh, it's undetermined.
Undetermined. You just don't want to get one for the same thing. Because if you get one for the same thing a couple times, then the point comes.
I said, what is Pavlik doing right there? Nothing.
And that's where he should be jabbing and walking his way in. He's got him cornered. You can't let Bernard Hopkins then go side to side on you here.
There's only one way to stop him from doing it. You can cut him off and throw, but you can't pull the trigger because Hopkins has him at this point utterly baffled.
Break.
Guys, I know we got a long way to go. When you guys have covered Bernard Hopkins for so many years, can you relate this to how far back he's turned the clock?
He'll extreme though.
There you go. That's pretty good confidence.
And certainly Antonio Palmer in recent times as far as easily disrobing.
Oh, he's hurting Pavlik now with comment. And then he does the bolo punch. Pavlik's in trouble and Hopkins knows it. He knows it. 30 seconds. It's a long time left in round 7. Hopkins put the pressure on. Big right hand. What a show. My goodness.
I'll bring the punching.
What fountain of youth has Hopkins hopped into lately?
seconds.
Hopkins smart enough to know if he can't take him out now, he might take him out later. Maybe round 11. Who knows? And that was a psychological beatdown as much as a physical beatdown. When looks like Hopkins has got a third-rate sparring partner in there, and he's just putting on the show for fans. I mean, that was a big round for Hopkins. We've got a long way to go, and anything can turn, folks, but what a night so far for Bernard Hopkins.
One of the best rounds I've ever seen him have. I would agree. I would agree 100%.
Left there by Hopkins. And Jack Lowe was telling Pavic between the round that you're smothering yourself. You're not throwing your jab, and you're getting too close and you can't throw anything.
They were talking before the fight that they figured they could put the kind of heat on Hopkins to maybe average close to 100 punches a round. And that has not happened. I mean, there's been nowhere near that.
And he's right there with the first little bitty of a double jab thing there he was going to make it Hopkins come back. The speed's the difference, guys.
It looks like they, before the fight, they changed to like the 43-year-old legs.
And he's not snapping the jab up there. You wonder, there was a rumor before the fight that Pavic had hurt his left elbow during training. They denied it, said he's fine. I will assume that he is fine. He's not fighting like he's fine.
He has not been the least bit comfortable this entire night. The tightness that he showed right out of the gate has kept there from him. Never been able to loosen up and get into a flow, and Hopkins deserves all the credit for that.
And do you think it maybe because he's in a different body tonight?
All right, guys.
Yes, well, the weight is one factor, but I think the other surprise factor is that Hopkins has looked brilliant. Nobody, they really allowed people, would have been a stretch off the Calzaghe fight to think that you'd get all of this from Bernard Hopkins to this point. Now he takes a point away from it.
That's devastating.
It's really kind of makes you wonder.
Come on, Bernard, let's go.
Wow. Pavlik's going to need a KO, guys, where the scoring's going.
No question.
He had no points to prove.
Well,
Big right hand there over the top of that non-existent left.
look at the left hand also by Hopkins. Those are strong, hard punches. I don't think Pavlik thought in a million years he'd see this kind of speed.
Hopkins' last few fights, boxed it out. But if you don't have enough of a deterrent,
5 seconds.
then he'll just walk through you. Turn back the clock.
That's ring savvy, Ron. That's
Smart boxing.
smart boxing.
And he fires a headbutt there, but the referee is not looking because he knows where the referee is.
And you know, guys, look at this combination and the speed. That's what makes this sport so great, guys, because you just never know.
And here you go. You've got
Let him out. Focus.
Bernard Hopkins losing twice to Jermaine Taylor. You've got Pavic 2 dominating wins over Jermaine Taylor. So does A plus B equal C? No. You've got the total wraparound here. Hopkins is taking it to Kelly Pavic.
See there, Pavic had Hopkins where he
Step out, focus. Step out.
moving forward. He kept moving forward rather than throwing. So by the time he got ready to throw, he had no punching distance.
And he caught one in the ribs, too, Ron, right as he came forward. Wow. In round 9, that's 12 here at Boardwalk Hall.
They said in the corner, Bernard Hopkins, that he's never faced somebody with a jab before. Actually, he did in Jermaine Taylor, but what really has bothered Pavic is the mobility of Bernard Hopkins. The fact that he's used a lot of this ring. Surprised him.
And the hand speed on this ring intelligence.
Let's see if what Hopkins does here is in terms of putting the pressure on with in round 9. He knows instinctively where he is on the cards. Another right hand over the top. In this corner, Hopkins' corner also talking about the right hand and the right hook is there. I think if he puts him down, it will be the right hook.
just looks like he is just completely flat.
Yep, he's been
Whether he's overtrained or what, I don't know, but completely flat.
he's had that look since the opening ball.
That opening up under the eye of Pavlik, left eye. And that's just blood from the nose, hard to tell. That right hand by Bernard, I mean, it's done so much damage. And now he's gone into that, you know, the spurt and stop roll that they've been talking about so much, doing just enough.
And as he was retreating this there, you can see it again. When he retreats along the ropes, Pavlik comes in and paws with his left hand. He doesn't throw it.
And when you do like this with Hopkins, you shorten the round. Make it maybe a 90-second round with the spurts, and then you win the short exchange.
1 point.
Jason Conrad now.
1 point.
I thought he might do that. He gave indication of the rounds, but that is not good. And a night when everything's gone wrong, that's just another one. And maybe the biggest one, it becomes a big problem because of that right hand. Hopkins, you heard his corner talking about going 12. I mean, he's going to do what it takes to win this fight. If he gets the opportunity to do something big, maybe he'll take it, but he knows he's in charge of this thing.
The damage that he's doing on Pavlik appears to be almost in a state of shock.
When you talk about a ghost, he is a ghost of the guy who beat Taylor and the guy who's been dominating opponents for the last couple of years.
He just ate a left and then a combination.
Let's go step back, both of you.
He's being asked a lot of questions that he has no answers for. Maybe the smartest guy in boxing.
Don't spin him, don't spin him, don't spin him, don't spin him. Let's go.
Round 10. And if it was a normal human being in there, Bernard Hopkins have to say that the later rounds were supposed to go Pavlik's favor because he's only 17 years younger. But new, it's not the case. He's been chopped down, Pavlik has, by everything that Hopkins can throw at him. And when the right hand wasn't effective there, Hopkins comes back and scores some points.
And if you look at the left hand, the way Pavlik is throwing it, the glove is even open. It's like he's pawing his way through a snowstorm.
It's no snap.
It's like he's trying to catch something coming back, whether it's coming back or it isn't. Totally on the defensive.
Break, no punching, let's go.
I don't think Hopkins is. That's the first good right hand.
No, watch that.
Of course, grabs after that. Wasn't that big, but it was more accurate than one that we've seen in a while from Pavlik. That right hand over the top.
Step out,
too.
step out.
This is the kind of round that we talk about where it's kind of Hopkins kind of coasting through number 10, thinking about 11 and 12, I think.
No weight.
He's willing to give the round away, but Pavlik isn't doing enough to take the lead.
Both these.
Way of fighting with a lead.
Good observation there because that's exactly what he's doing. If anybody knew what he was doing, it'd be Bernard Hopkins. Round number 11.
Got a little redness on his left cheekbone. Other than that, unmarked.
I forgot to ask guys, what were the final odds going into this fight?
A little bit more than a 2-to-1 favorite, I believe you have.
Step back, both of you. Screen, break it up. Break.
Like I said, I believe Hopkins is in the fighting with the lead mode.
Break. Both these.
The other thing Hopkins has done effectively here is take the crowd out of the fight.
Yeah, it's
like a funeral. It's like a funeral. You know?
All right, that's
people are waiting for something to happen.
It's It's already happened. It's Bernard Hopkins. He's really taking the fight out of Pavlik, and he's taking the fight out of the crowd.
You know, some people right now say, you go 400 miles for this.
Did you expect to hear any booing like we're hearing?
Great, no punching.
Of course, we are near Philadelphia. Santa Claus is safe. It's just, you use so many adjectives, out of sorts,
Watch your hands.
Pavlik
Watch your hands.
maybe overtrained, fighting in a body that he's not used to, maybe falling into Bernard's trap when they made this weight. I'm sure that the elbow theory will rear its ugly head.
Sure it will. But, you know, Hopkins jumped on him early. He turned up the pace. And then Pavlik intended to be the guy who was going to fight at a high rate.
Hopkins, that right hand, another right hand. It looks like Pavlik's gas, guys.
He doesn't have much in there, and he's just really pretty much on fumes, tying up now. And, you know, it's a lonely place in there when you know you need a miracle. And you doubt whether you have it in you.
Well, we got time left in this fight. Anything can happen. But we can speculate afterwards, but you have to wonder if Pavlik would do this again at this weight.
Pretty much guaranteed no.
He didn't look good at 168. He looks even worse at 170
Another
pounds.
warning.
He continues. This is a message to him, whether he wants to hear it or not, or whether his people want to hear it or not. He's a middle level.
Go back down, take a little time off, go back down.
Hopkins gets off first again. And I can guarantee at the press conference, the first words out of
5 seconds.
Bob Aaron's mouth might be, well, probably not a good idea for him to fight at 1 second. We come to round 12. Maybe we're looking at a crowning achievement in a great career of one of the best that's ever been in the ring, Bernard Hopkins.
A couple years ago in his building, after he'd beaten Tarver so convincingly and he retired, it seemed like there was nothing left for him to do, and he said there's nothing left to prove. Well, he found something else, and it looks like he will climb that mountain.
That's a controversial decision to jump out. Oh, big right hand. Pavlik's in big trouble. And Hopkins closed the show in grand style. Pavlik, how is he still up? And he's barely up. Would that be icing on the cake or what, guys?
What a storybook finale for Bernard Hopkins if that happened.
Now you start wondering about any long-term damage for Pavlik. A man who had knocked out 30 of 36 opponents is being dominated.
Let him go. Let him go.
Hopkins normally cautious.
Doesn't care.
He's calm but not cautious. He wants a knockout.
Well, Pavlik has given him no reason to overly respect him, so he's cutting loose.
Hey, look at him, just hold his hands down, wide grin on his face.
Got hit with the little right hand by Pavlik.
Step back, boom, Hopkins.
If you just had turned this fight on at this moment with a minute left in the 12th and look at these two guys, you'd have a pretty clear idea who won it.
You'd also think it was 1998.
50 seconds left.
This is utter domination of one man over another. Hopkins. 43 going on 23.
Refreshing new angle.
35 seconds left. And boy, does this throw a monkey wrench into a lot of things in boxing right
Let him out, Kevin. Let him out. Let him out.
In a good way, if Hopkins could perform like this.
Clean break. Almost a perfect fight. In and out, showed different looks. He mugged him, tied up when he had to. Great performance.
It was a boxing lesson from the start to the finish.
That's that. Going down the final bell. All that's left is to tally it up.
We go to the scorecards. Alan Bernstein scores at 119, 106. Steve Weisfeld, 118, 108. Barbara Perez, 117, 109. As we turn the page to another chapter of a boxing legend from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The two-time champion and future Hall of Famer, Bernard, the Executioner.
Now Michael Buffer moves into position, and we'll have a main event of the evening. 17 years in the making. The great rivals Bernard Hopkins and Roy Jones Jr. Here's Michael.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the Mandalay Bay of Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, Oscar De La Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions and Roy Jones Jr.'s Square Ring Promotions are proud to present the main event of the evening. The Rivals, 12 rounds of boxing in the light heavyweight division. Sponsored by Tecate, Cerveza con Carácter, AT&T, a better 3G experience, and Southwest Airlines, bags fly for free. Sanctioned by the Nevada State Athletic Commission, Chairperson Pat Lundville, Executive Director Keith Kaiser. At ringside, the three judges scoring this contest, Dave Moretti, Don Trella, and Glenn Trowbridge. And inside the ring, the man in charge of the action at the bell, referee Tony Weeks. And now, in the world of boxing, there are stars, there are superstars, and then there are legends. Tonight, two legends face each other in this ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Waiting out of the red corner, with his head trainer Alton Murkison, wearing black, official weight 175 pounds. This 1988 Olympic silver medalist, voted the most outstanding fighter of that Olympic Games, has a professional record of 54 victories, including 40 knockouts with 6 defeats. From Pensacola, Florida, the former middleweight world champion, former super middleweight world champion, 3-time light heavyweight world champion, and former heavyweight champion of the world, future Hall of Fame legend, Roy Jones Jr. And fighting out of the blue corner, with his head trainer, Nazim Richardson, wearing black with red, officially weighing in also at 175 pounds. He brings an outstanding professional resume to the ring, consisting of 50 victories, including 32 knockouts, with 5 defeats and 1 draw. From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the former undisputed middleweight world champion and light heavyweight champion of the world, the future Hall of Fame legend, Bernard, the Executioner Hopkins.
So the arena has filled ever so much more as we're ready for our main event of the evening, as referee Tony Weeks calls the combatants to the center of the ring.
Let's go, fellas.
After we clear the ring, we'll have this underway. Bernard Hopkins will be decked out in the black with red trim.
Okay, gentlemen, you both received
black
your
and white.
instruction in your dressing room. Okay, look, he goes right here, it's okay. Anything below that's low. Right here is okay, anything below that's low. I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Above all, protect yourselves at all times. Let's go.
Lower lip stuck out there by Bernard Hopkins.
Little stare down, little showmanship.
Two very crafty fighters. It might be the last fight for both of these guys or either of these guys. We'll see. They can still attract the pay-per-view audience worldwide. I'm glad that you're with us. Wherever you're watching around the world, I'm Colonel Bob Sheridan with Dave Bontempo, and here we go. Hopkins with the red trim of the black trunks, and with the white trim of his black trunks, Roy Jones Jr. Getting each other out in the early going here. Jones with the hands held high. Bernard comes upstairs. He wants to try and end this in a hurry. He thinks he can knock him out, and he thinks he can do it in a hurry.
He'll be doing his best. He'll tie up, and then he'll explode off the tie-up. He has so many unusual angles, Hopkins does, and he's a much different fighter than he was 17 years ago tactically. You know, Jones has always been Jones, but Hopkins has changed a lot.
Roy tries to double that jab, and his body looks in tremendous physical condition. Both of these guys in great shape. I mean, a 41-year-old and a 45-year-old, look at these men. First minute gone, Roy hasn't opened up at all. Bernard has tried to land some shots, and he walks him back on his heels. And Dave, you make a big point. This is a different Bernard Hopkins that fought 17 years ago. This guy is more intelligent, more ring sense, just smarter in every way as he's developed as a middleweight into the light heavyweight division.
His guile over the last few years has been astonishing. He can be patient with fighters. He knows when to turn it on. He'll mug you. He'll wait, and then at the moment of weakness, he'll maximize it, and he'll just work on your will over the course of the fight. And it's something that, when you watch him fight by fight, you really admire it. And he tries to keep current. He got Mackie Shilstone, the noted conditioning guru, who helped Michael Spinks move up and defeat Larry Holmes. He's got Mackie Shilstone with him, and his body looks sculpted.
And Roy Jones Jr., you know, he's a guy that fought up over the 200-pound limit when he won the heavyweight championship over John Ruiz. And now here he is back down at 175, and the body is sculpted. Roy hasn't done much in round one, and here's Bernard trying to put some pressure on him here in round one as Roy ties him up. Roy is a guy who is famous for setting traps, suckering guys in. Hopkins, a very, very bright fighter. Lost close decisions to Jermaine Taylor. And when you think of that, it's extraordinary now to see what happened to Jermaine since then. Because, I mean, Hopkins was very, very good in those fights, too.
Taylor is never the same after the 9th round of their first fight. And Hopkins mugged him, and Taylor lost his swagger from that moment on in his career. And he also did it to Tarver. May have done it to Pavlik as well.
Well, in round one, it's clear to me that Bernard Hopkins has out-hustled Roy Jones Jr. Roy hanging on for dear life for the bell ends round number one. That, to me, is a Hopkins round. Let's see if Roy Jones can turn it up in round two. Here we go. Roy Jones in the white trim on his black trunks. Bernard Hopkins in the red trim on his black trunks. Roy Jones Jr. needs to turn it up a notch here in the second round. Jones right in front of him. He has the hands back up again. He was dropping that left hand down, which will make him wide open for the right hand of Bernard Hopkins. Bernard will try to sneak off that left shoulder of Roy and throw the right hand. Instead, he goes to the body and he catches him upstairs with the right hand.
And drives Jones into the corner.
Stop.
Landing shots. You never saw Jones getting hit with 2-3 shots in a row up until recent years, and that's what Hopkins is trying to capitalize on.
Now, they both try to, hit shots in the offside of the referee, but there's no love lost between these two guys, and it's genuine. They have respect for what each other has done in the ring, but they don't have respect for each other as individuals.
And that's why they're cashing the paycheck tonight, because they were able to play that up and get this fight going.
And they played it up well. Again, Roy Jones, I think, making the mistake of hanging that left hand down. There was a time in his career I thought he could get away with that, and he did get away with it. He'd set the trap having that hand down.
Stop.
Whether Bernard has the firing power still, you know, the brain fires and the hand goes at the same time when you're 25, but when you're 45, does the same thing happen?
Something interesting when talking about the ability level of both guys, that, you know, they both put Joe Calzaghe on the canvas within a short period of time of each other and fighting them. And Calzaghe came back to beat both guys.
Well, these guys are extraordinary athletes. These are the best of the best. When you're talking about Hall of Fame fighters, you know, these are two that are definitely taking it to the Hall of Fame. But still, Roy hasn't done enough to win the first 2 minutes of this round either. And Bernard trying to mug him as best he can. He goes downstairs. Roy just hasn't done a lot offensively. And these are the sort of traps that he always set in his career, but he doesn't seemingly be able to do anything to get off behind it. His Hopkins coming upstairs now as he's got Roy in the corner and banging him. Tony Weeks lets him go. Lets them work on the inside.
He's got to let them do whatever they can do to get some offense generated in here.
See, what Roy should have done there was turn him and spin him and throw him into the ropes, because Bernard is more of a real street sort of guy out of Philadelphia. And when you get a guy like that, you got to try and out-muscle him, or at least, you know, give him the idea that you're out-muscling him. And he hasn't done that to this point in the fight. And Bernard gets off on that. If you can do it,
I don't know if he'll be able to do that.
But that's a Hopkins round, too. Roy Jones Jr. in the black with a white trim. Slight cut by the left eye of Roy Jones Jr. Nothing real serious. The heads came together.
You watch Hopkins. He jabs and then lowers his head and then comes in.
And that's how
the headbutt occurs.
And that's how you might see more of the head clashes, too. Roy Jones Jr. is 5'11", but Bernard Hopkins is 6'1". Roy always looked to be the taller, but Bernard actually is taller. Roy Jones trying to suck him in and counter him. But so far, he really hasn't been able to get off the quick shots.
He's trying to con a con man here.
Oh, yeah. Both of these guys. They're the best of the best at that. Boy, Roy's lucky he didn't get nailed that time by Hopkins coming in. Hopkins had his left hand. He had parried both the left and the right hands of Roy Jones down and was wide open. He threw the right hand, but it missed. So far, the hand speed of Hopkins and his commitment to throwing power shots has been greater than that of Roy Jones at this stage.
Stop.
Hopkins is content to charge, tie you up, land one good shot, go back, and repeat the process.
And he resets. Look at the positioning of Bernard Hopkins, and Roy unable to reach him.
And Hopkins always ties up as soon as he gets to Jones, and that negates the ability for Jones to set that trap. It's not going to go off when Hopkins ties him up.
Hopkins knows exactly what he's doing. Watch what Dave is talking about. He'll throw his combination, grab and walk it back in the heels. Watch now. In, and throws his wear. Now he ties up.
Stop. I got you.
Tony Weeks.
He short circuits the fight.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
No, he short circuits the momentum of Jones by doing that.
Hands free.
Minute to go in this round, and Jones has got to be able to figure something out to stop him, or at least hold him off with a jab and throw a couple of, really commit to some power shots to Bernard, because Bernard can do this all night. Just jab, throw his shots, now watch him grab, and he holds him up again. And Roy seemingly can't do anything to stop that. And Tony's going to let him fight a little bit on the inside, but once they're tied up, he's going to have to separate the two. But watch Bernard get set again. He'll do exactly the same thing. This is what Dave Bontempo pointed out to you. Watch him. He's getting out first. Roy can't wait like this. See, Roy's hands are squared up trying to catch him coming in, but you're not going to get any power off when your hands are up like that, when your shoulders are squared like that. He tried to counter him with a left hand downstairs, but Bernard was quick to grab him immediately that time because he couldn't get anything off. So in the battle of wills, what was that? A little jump by Bernard getting out of there. So if this is Bernard's fight plan, and obviously it is, it's working to this point. Roy again has got the hands squared up so he can't have power with his right hand lead the way he's set up there. He has decent hand speed with the left, but as soon as Hopkins come in, Bernard grabs again, as long as the hands are free. And look at this. Now this time Roy grabs him. A little bit on the sloppy side. 30 seconds gone in the 4th round. Jones hasn't won a round yet, unofficially that is. The official judges are Dave Moretti, Glenn Trowbridge, and Don Trella. Trella from Connecticut. The other two are Nevada State Athletic Commission judges.
Here you go again with the same thing. And when you tie up a Roy Jones or a guy who sets the kind of traps he does, you negate his speed, you negate his athleticism.
And this is what Dave was talking about, that this is not the same fighter that fought 17 years ago. Nothing dramatic, just very smart. And Roy can't seem to do anything to stop this. Roy trying to reach with the left hand, and Bernard has been able to parry it off most of the time. You see him reach down, and Bernard's still quick on the feet, able to get out. His positioning is perfect, staying outside. See Roy with the hands high, trying to prevent himself from getting clipped with anything with the jaw. And you know, that's something after being knocked out a few times in his career, that he's very cognizant of that fact, Dave, and he didn't fight like that before.
No, there's defense and there's paranoia. And right now he's got a blend of the two. Now what Jones would have to do is gamble, because Hopkins is doing something predictable. Jabbing, lowering the head, and coming at him. At some point, Jones has to let a big one go and try to catch him on the chin coming in. He has to try to change the tempo and the flow of this fight that way.
It's an interesting fight, but Bernard is just, you know, winning these rounds 10-9. Not convincingly, just doing what he has to do by preventing Roy Jones from getting off at all. Roy tries to counter him and spin him, and this guy just grabs on him. He really can't do anything effective with Bernard.
This would be the equivalent of a different sport, and the idea is to win a low-scoring game. And that is what Bernard Hopkins does here. He goes in, he'll take just enough offense to win the round and try to hold Roy Jones to almost nothing.
So Roy finally landed a left hook, and it was a decent one, but it certainly didn't slow down Bernard Hopkins. It didn't hurt him. Bernard is the aggressor throughout the course of this fight and has been. And this is just another one of those rounds. Roy landed one decent left hook in the entire round. He's tried to stay busy enough, but he can't figure out the tactics of what Hopkins is doing. Bernard comes in, as long as his hands are free, he continues to throw, and they break clean at the bell. All right, here we go. Again, Bernard Hopkins is in the black trunks with the red trim. Roy Jones Jr. the white trim in his black trunks. Again, watch for Bernard. Punch, punch, grab. When his hands are still free, he backs off, but Roy Jones can't seem to counter him. Roy has got to start coming forward, unleashing some shots here and start winning some rounds. Roy doing more fading than throwing. I mean, it's good, but, you know, Bernard will jump back, and it looks good, but you got to land something behind it. Roy's having difficulty doing that with the crafty Bernard Hopkins. See that, Dave? See that right there? That's how crafty Hopkins is. Roy was zeroing in on him, going to the corner. Bernard stepped to the left, back to the right, right out.
I got you. Some of the throwback tendencies he has are remarkable. They make the classic boxing fan appreciate the tricks. And there was a nice sneaky right hand by Jones, who showed his own athleticism in getting his right hand in. Good foot speed.
Dave, he's a great athlete. He has the foot speed, but he's got to do more of it. And he'll really excite this crowd if he does. Bernard, like a bull, puts his head down and comes in and kind of bum rushes him, doesn't he?
Yeah, he bum rushes him, then he ties him up and sets up the exchange so that he's going to win it.
And Tony letting them work on the inside. Jones, I think, getting a little bit better of it on the inside with this exchange.
Stop, let me go.
Half the round gone in round number 5. Jones having a better round in round 5 than in the first 4, but has he done enough to win the round? I don't know.
Still some time to play out, but with Hopkins getting onto this big edge, Jones has almost no margin of error now.
And it's not apparent that either one of these guys has knocked anybody out recently, so...
Stop.
You know, you take that equation, and you pull that fact out of there, and you have a fight continuing like this for 12 rounds.
And Hopkins hasn't had a knockout since 2004, and if our scorecard is accurate, I really think it is, Jones would have to win 7 of the last 8 rounds to win the fight. He hasn't won one yet.
He may be winning this round because he's winning that little battle on the inside of this war. In previous rounds, Bernard has really tied him up on the inside, and it seems like Bernard wants to fight on the inside a little bit now. And this is a battle that Roy Jones, who just hit him with a low blow, and Bernard gets right back and blasts his body. This is tough stuff now with these two guys. Extraordinary athletes. At this age, performing at this level is extraordinary.
Hopkins opening it up a little bit here. To the body.
Tony says keep him up to both guys. Both guys victimized and both guys threw low blows during the course of that round. That's a very close round. Is it good enough to give to Roy?
Yes, it is.
And both of these guys are clever enough. That was no accident.
Nope.
And it's no mistake that it was on the offside of the referee. All right. I got Hopkins out in front in the fight, winning the first 4 rounds, and Roy Jones winning the 5th round. This is round 6. It's scheduled for 12. It's a chess match right now. Now can we see if Roy Jones can sustain a couple of rounds and put a couple together and get right back into this fight? Or will Bernard go back to his old strategy of throwing shots, grabbing him, and walking him back? Bernard doing the feigning now. Up on his toes. Bernard seems to have a little bit more respect right now for Roy Jones after that last round.
That was a good round for Jones. In the past, Jones relied on his athletic abilities to move his feet and make the other guy make the mistake before he would jump in. He's relying on Bernard Hopkins to make the mistakes, and that's probably an impossible tactic in this fight because Bernard Hopkins will tie him up and make it a shorter fight. So Jones at some point must gamble.
As the chess match continues here in round 6, the crowd gets a little antsy. Bernard comes in, and here he is back to his old tactics. Throw, and then grab and walk back. Now can Roy take advantage of it on the inside? Tony separates it too. Much more confident look right now in the face of Roy Jones Jr. He comes forward, tries to get off first at time. Bernard slips away. Continues to circle around towards his right.
Good hook by Jones. You throw the same look at a guy for 5 rounds, there's a chance he'll get comfortable with it at some point and change. But now Hopkins is changing back.
And when he came back to holding those hands up high, Hopkins came in, and now Roy looks like he wants to fight now. And this is what he's got to do. But Hopkins, the street brawler that he can be, the Philadelphia fighter tries to put the pressure on Roy.
I got you. Both of you.
Now clear the eyes of Roy Jones. Both of these guys are in their office when they're in the ring. And no love lost between the two. Both slick Hall of Fame fighters. They've done extraordinary things in their career, not the least of which is Roy Jones winning the heavyweight championship of the world and then going back to fight as a middleweight, as a light heavyweight at 175, as he's fighting tonight. He won the middleweight championship, beating Hopkins 17 years ago in Washington, and Hopkins has never forgotten it. This round kind of up for grabs. Oh, he hit him in the back of the head that time. Time is called. Bernard Hopkins was hit in the back of the head.
Nailed in the back of the head.
Really cracked in the back of the head. Tony Weeks will give him all the time he wants. They're asking for the doctor to come in right now. He hit him right in the back of the head. Now, mind you, if Hopkins is fatigued enough, he's smart enough to try to pull this off. Now, let's see if the doctor takes a look at Bernard.
It's the most pain we've ever seen on the face of Bernard Hopkins in a heavyweight fight.
It's hard to say if it was intentional.
Give him all the time he wants, and we just hope that this is at the end of the fight.
Say it again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's see what we got.
He says he's okay, it looks like. It appears that Bernard is all right as he gets up. He's still a little bit dazed. We're going to hit right in the back of the head.
Let the doctor know what's up. Let the doctor know what's up.
Take a look. Got hit by the ear there. Here, Jones got hit by the ear, right in the back of the head.
You know? Yeah, right behind the ear.
A blatant shot, too. A clear shot he had. We'll take another look. Hopkins on the attack. Jones turns him and hits him square in the back of the head.
One of the worst things you can do as a fighter is turn your back to another fighter.
Got some time. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead I'm going to take a point for hitting behind the head. See what he's doing.
No, they'll take at least a point.
Roy, you hit him behind the head, man. I can't have that. No, he had his back turned. 1 point.
He's taking 1 point off Roy Jones Jr.
We're going to see if he can continue. That's all we have.
The point comes off, and Roy Jones right now better hope that he can continue to fight.
Bernard, you want to continue? Okay, are you ready?
One of the few times.
Round was almost over. Are you ready?
You've seen the guy take all the time given to him.
Okay, he's ready to go. Stay there. He's ready to go. Stay there.
Hopkins
Stay
says
right
he's
here.
ready to go. There were times in the demeanor that I was questioning whether he wanted to stop the fight, but he's ready to go. 1 point has been taken away from Roy Jones Jr.
Hey, time in.
And his time is back in. There's not a lot of time left in this round, but Bernard assaults Roy Jones now. He didn't like the fact he was hitting the back of the head, and he's trying to show us. And there it is, that battle. And Tony has to go in there and really go at it.
I got you.
What a brawl it turned out for the last few seconds. And Roy Jones wasn't having any of the being bullied by Bernard Hopkins. And these fighters want at each other. If there was no love lost before the fight, there's certainly no love lost now.
No, Bernard, no. Look, both of y'all, let's cut this out. Fight like a professional. We're going to fight like professionals. Okay, here we go. Time in.
All right, here they go. The crowd absolutely loves it, Dave.
He doesn't want to caution him too much. This fight has a lot of juice right now. Let these guys go.
Hopkins definitely has an adrenaline flow since the flagrant hit behind the head that Tony had to take the point away. Neither fighter has been down except for the hit in the back of the head that Hopkins went down because of that, the illegal blow, which Jones paid for dearly because Hopkins was leading in that round, and then losing the point makes it a 10-8 round, the same as if he were actually knocked down. So with that said, Hopkins is out in front in this fight according to my score sheet, 59-54. And I expect the judges to be fairly close to that. Good body shot by Bernard. But there's also an adrenaline flow for Roy Jones Jr. These are two warriors, Dave.
Well, you know what? They rumble, you get the low blow, you get the hit behind the head. And Hopkins, they asked him, he could not stop fighting there. He would never hear the end of it had that fight ended at that point, regardless of the circumstance. So he also did something very smart. One of the few guys who took the entire amount of time the referee gave him. A lot of people feel pressured to start fighting too soon after that because the crowd is on them and they feel egged on. Hopkins took the whole break.
Well, Tony Weeks, I heard him say to Roy Jones, he said, I'm taking a point away. I have to because I can't have you. That was an illegal blow and it was intentional. And you better hope that he can continue to fight.
Stop.
Well, when they're in there, now Roy says, hey, you told him to stop and he hit after the belt. Well, you got to protect yourself after what he did. Roy, the crybaby to the ref. These guys are extraordinary individuals who want it so bad. It could be the last fight for either or both of these men tonight. Oh, you're watching two, as Michael Buffer said at the outset, two legends destined for the Boxing Hall of Fame in Canastota. Kind of an even round here, Dave. Can you get this going either way? Well, Jones hasn't done much.
And Hopkins hasn't been able to rush him and tie him up. Because this is about headhunting right now for both guys. And so, because of the headhunting,
Roy trying to set the trap. Trying to set the trap, but it's going to be very difficult to give this round to either one of the guys.
I got you.
Closing seconds of the seventh, so we didn't get the all-out brawl we expected. from the way the last round ended. All right, the bell ends the 7th. Which way are you going with that one, David?
Maybe it's 8-8.
All right, here we go to round number 8. It's scheduled for 12. It's been rough and tumble. Slight cut by a headbutt by the left thigh of Roy Jones Jr. in the second round. Hopkins was down by an illegal punch at the end of the 6th round, and then we had a Pierce 6 brawl for the last 10 to 15 seconds of the round. Round 7 quieted down, a fairly even round, although David gave the edge to Roy Jones. I thought it was even enough, and I expected the judges would be split on that. So I still have it 69-64. So Jones needs to start winning. According to my score sheet, needs to start winning some rounds here. Again, all these rounds fairly even.
Hopkins showing what to do against a guy who keeps his left hand out as much as Jones did. He took 2 hard slapping jabs at the left hand, and the second one he tried to pull the left hand out of its orbit so that he could fire a right hand behind it.
First minute gone.
Let him go.
Jones has that cocky look on his face like things are going according to Hoyle, but I wonder if he realized he could be behind in this fight. Bernard, all business on his face.
Well, these guys are also expert on the spin doctor mentality after a close fight.
Yes, they are. Roy Jones with his back here. Bernard Hopkins to the left of your screen. Red trim on Hopkins' trunks. White trim on Roy Jones' trunks. Body shots. Roy ties him up upstairs.
Let him up.
Tony Weeks is to the side of the free hand that time to make sure he can keep an eye on these guys. Tony, by the way, has done a terrific job in not an easy fight to referee when you get 2 warriors that are this smart in their stage of their career. There's a shot upstairs that time, taken by the ear. Roy trying to score on the inside. The pity pat punches that he's been throwing a lot when they're on the inside. He looks a little bit winded right now for the first time, but he just sucked up a bit of air. He gets off a couple of good left hooks. Decent left hooks, I should say.
Again, Jones with those left hand down low. It's set up for Hopkins, but he doesn't buy into the trap.
He comes in and misses with the right hand, and Roy sticks his tongue out at him. Roy makes him miss again. He has him tied up upstairs, and they both bang each other. Roy hit him behind the head again. And Bernard gets down on the one knee. Tony Weeks calls time again. He may have to take another point away. That's the second time he's been hit in the back of the head. That time wasn't as heavy as the last time, though. But Bernard is not going to allow himself to be hit in the back of the head.
Take another look. Close inside. And
oh, man, right in the back of the head. I'll tell you one
that
more.
was avoidable. That was not something where the head's turned in and you're in the path of the punch. That's blatant.
One more time and you could have a disqualification here, which we definitely don't want to see.
Well, I can't see what I'm going to call. Okay, just keep it clean. Come on. Stay over there. Yeah, you got to watch who's good. I'm watching him, man. Over here. No. Can you continue? Both of you are fouled on that one. Nobody's going to get any points. Can you continue? Yeah. Okay, are you ready to go?
Can you see all right? I worked through it, baby. Come on.
Okay, he's ready.
All right, the doctor in a second time. Tony,
okay, here we go. Time in.
Can you continue? He said both of you are fouled. I'm not taking away any points. So Tony Weeks doesn't buy into the theater here. He's a very smart referee, is Tony. Closing seconds now, the 8th round. Bernard trying to steal this round by assaulting at the end. He caught Roy in the tip of the chin with that right hand. Tries it over the shot, and they keep going after the bell again. And Tony's earning his money tonight.
Yeah, he anticipated that situation, and he was there.
Meanwhile, I got to give that round to Hopkins.
Yes.
So here we go with round number 9. Let's see if this ignites either or both of these fighters. By the way, again, I reiterate that Roy Jones Jr. needs to start winning some rounds, and he needs to win them in a hurry, according to my score sheet. But the rounds have been so close on many occasions, I would probably suggest that the judges may be split in the way they're scoring these rounds. You know, when you go to the conventions, And you see anybody can score that easy 10-9 round, but 40% of professional judges disagree on the close 10-9 round. And we've had some close 10-9 rounds in this fight. This is round 9 in the scheduled 12-round affair. And what's it for? Not a championship, but for pride.
We don't need no stinking titles. These guys just go after it with their names and their reputations.
Stop.
Roy has got to be more offensive-minded right now. Minute gone here in round number 9, and Roy not doing anything to win that first minute. Trying to skip forward, now tries to open up offensively a little bit, but Bernard has nothing to do with it.
Give him up, baby. Give him up.
Forward. Roy seems to have a second win now. He looked at one stage a little bit fatigued for the first time in the last round, but he's all right now.
Well, he's had breaks in 2 of the rounds because of the fouls. That's helped get a little bit of wind back for him, and then he had the break right after that for the round ending.
And Bernard, at 45 years of age, knows how to get that extra time, and he got it all. But with almost 2 minutes gone here, that was a good right hand finally by Roy Jones. But he's got to do more than one punch at a time. He's going to win this round. And he's got to have this round.
Now, from where Jones is right now, his opponents in the past would make the mistake, and he would make them pay for it. Hopkins is not making the mistake of walking right into a trap or letting Jones walk himself into punching position. So Jones doesn't have a big weapon.
You know, Roy still has very extraordinary talent. You wonder if he can actually pull the trigger on it. Oh, he caught Bernard with a pretty good shot that time. Bernard's going to stop turning his head away from this guy. 25 seconds to go in the 9th round. Jones can still win this round, and he needs to win it. Seconds has been Jones on the assault, coming forward most of this round. As Bernard sort of taking this round off a bit. I give that round to Roy Jones Jr.
We haven't seen combinations at all from Jones.
The jab hasn't landed too much. Roy with the right hand out in front, almost fighting like a southpaw.
Stop. I got you. I'm up.
Tony Weeks continues to do a tremendous job refereeing this fight. Tony, Kenny Bayless, Joe Cortez, all great referees.
Stop.
Bird, only with the Nevada State Athletic Commission. Vic Dracula.
Stop.
Bernard's back to his punch, grab, and walk back again. That's the way he started the fight, and it was very successful for him. He has a low blow again, and now here's Hopkins down on the canvas for the 3rd time.
Time in 5 minutes.
They'll get 5 minutes.
Accidental low blow.
Now, before they change the rule,
okay,
you used to have
you
to
got
beat
5
the count
minutes.
and then get
Accidental
to
low
5
blow.
minutes.
That's right. You had to get up following a low blow, or you couldn't be counted out.
Let's see.
But it was a guy that this guy won the title from, Segundo Mercado, that won the title a couple of times by being down by low blows.
Low blow there by Jones. Yep.
But again, I think that, I mean, that wasn't that bad in reality.
No.
But again, we're not in there taking it either. And this guy at 45 years of age knows every trick in the trade to give himself every opportunity.
That one
was low, but whether it caused this much pain or not, don't forget they got a big protector there that spreads it around. But Bernard Hopkins is a master. He's been down 3 times in this fight, all by illegal blows.
Jones had hit him before. Behind the head was Hopkins. No call with the shot behind the head.
I can't touch you. Okay, are you ready? Okay. Hold it there. Hold it right there. Hold it.
All right, here we go. Let's see if Bernard now attacks it. He's had his respite. He certainly has a look on his face like he wants to mug somebody. And that somebody would be Roy Jones. Roy comes with another uppercut in the solar plexus. And this time Bernard walks him back.
Low shot by Jones. You know, half the replays we've had tonight have shown illegal punches.
And they both have thrown illegal punches. I mean, there's no love lost between these two guys. And they've been slick about when they've done it, too. They tried to do it in the offside of Tony Weeks. Tony's caught him in the act a couple of times and refused to take points away before. It's just sloppy now. And these are two tough, hard warriors just exchanging inside body blows.
Good uppercut by Jones.
Yeah, Jones is really kind of imposing his will on Bernard right now. Bernard backing off, Jones chasing him down. More the aggressor. Jones looks to be the fresher of the two right now, doesn't he, Dave?
Yeah, he's got some good leverage, good power coming up the middle.
He lets off his 2 shots, but then he misses. Doesn't do any damage to Roy. Roy hasn't been shaken at all in this fight. For a guy that's been stopped on a few occasions in his recent 10 fights. Bernard showing some fatigue and that he's missing some punches. As I say that, he lands a 3-punch combination. But no real power behind it. His hands are down now.
Well, Jones will have the highlight reel punches in this round, but Hopkins may still have the volume.
Roy with a sneaky uppercut to the inside with 18 seconds to go. I don't know if Bernard has done enough to win this 10th round. I think Roy has outpunched him a little bit more. And you think it might be slightly the other way. So
very slight.
So what does that tell you, folks? That tells you that the judges, 3 judges, maybe 2 of them see it Dave's way, 1 my way. So we don't want to give you the wrong impression here, but I think definitely Roy Jones needs to win the last couple rounds of the fight, and then it's going to be up to the scorekeepers. So it doesn't appear there's going to be any knockout in this fight.
Considering how this fight started, it's hard to argue against Hopkins sweeping the first 4 rounds.
Let's get over it.
The clock, it takes a time. This is becoming too much of a story in this fight.
What's wrong?
3 delays by Hopkins and 1 here by Jones.
Roy now complaining he had hit him behind the head. And Tony gives him all the right. He doesn't want to disqualify anybody.
Got an accidental headbutt.
Oh, this is an accidental headbutt. Is he cut up in the headbutt?
Yeah, he's cut.
Go ahead, continue.
So Jones cut for the second time, but this time.
Okay, accidental. Here we go. Time in. Let's go.
Up in the left eye lid, isn't it?
Yep.
So we've had stoppages for accidental headbutts. We've had low blows. We've had a point off for hit behind the head. We've had a second hit behind the head. So we've seen just about everything illegal you could see in a fight. And when there's bad blood between 2 guys, I guess that's what you could expect. 2 guys that don't want their careers to end and 2 guys that refuse to lose. And they're doing everything they can, legal or illegal, to win this fight. And that's what you probably expect from 2 great warriors like Roy Jones Jr. and Bernard Hopkins.
It's a rarity in the second half of this fight to go 3 minutes without a major stoppage. As these guys with their heads coming together and the low blows.
And for all of the illegal things that have happened in this fight, again, I credit Tony Weeks for keeping it semi under control as best as any referee could do without interfering and stopping this fight, which is the last thing we want to see. Let the fighters determine as long as you possibly can, and that's what Tony's done. Half the round gone by, neither guy winning this round, definitively anyway. Real chess match now, isn't it, Dave?
Well, Hopkins starting to find a little bit of his second win. Roy Jones got his a couple rounds ago. Now, considering what Hopkins did to Tarver and Pavlik, he hasn't really been able to do the same thing to Roy Jones.
Yeah, but Roy Jones is such a slick boxer. He's such a smart guy in the ring. And both of these guys, while they're different fighters, they do a lot of things very similar.
I got you.
Extremely intelligent. They both know how to set traps. what Roy couldn't figure out in the first 3 rounds that may eventually cost him the decision if he loses it is the way Bernard was able to get off shots in the first 3 rounds and then hold him and walk him back. And then after that, Roy sort of figured it out and did a better job boxing him. Not a lot of difference between the two in this round either. You wonder what's going through their minds because you know they're thinking. This isn't like 2 kids out in the street fighting. These are thinking men fighters.
The spin doctor will come in very quickly. That was a good round for Hopkins.
That's it.
These people around the world, a great baseball pitcher with the Los Angeles Dodgers. Roberto Duran, you can see, has been eating well lately. But I'll tell you this, as a lightweight, 135
Let him up,
pounds,
let him up, let him up.
130 pounds, he
Let
was
him up.
one of the greatest fighters that ever lived. There's no question about it. At 135 pounds, he might be the best ever. I don't know. That's something that you can argue about. This is the 12th and final round. Bernard Hopkins and Roy Jones Jr. Dave and I have the feeling that Hopkins is out in front in this fight. There have been a lot of close rounds in the fight. A lot of illegal blows. Hopkins was down 3 times by illegal blows in the fight, never scored as a knockdown. And is Roy Jones trying to finish strong? First minute of the last round almost gone. You might be watching history tonight. It could be the last fight for either or both of these men. In the Hall of Fame careers.
Stop. I got you.
And both of them came to fight in tremendous physical conditions. They may be only a percentage of what they were in their prime, but that still is pretty damn good when you talk about the extraordinary skill of these 2 amazing athletes. And they both wanted it immensely tonight.
Well, Hopkins got the jump with the clutching and the grabbing. Well, when he's at his best, it's not always a crowd-pleasing fight.
And this would be one of those because he was negating what Roy could do. And Roy, while he's had some very good rounds, have been some very close rounds, he hasn't really definitively beat up Hopkins in any round. Not that Bernard has beat him up in any round either, but Bernard did what Dave was talking about, especially in the first 4 rounds of the fight where he'd get off a combination of shots, land some wild punches, and then grab and walk back. And seemingly, Roy Jones couldn't solve that. And that might be the difference in this fight when the judges bring down their official renditions of what they think happened in this fight.
Hopkins is going back in these last 2 rounds to what he did early in the fight.
Bernard continues to turn his back on Roy, and Roy chases him right down. Roy would love to drop him in the closing seconds of this fight. But no matter what happens, Roy Jones Jr. didn't want to go out the way he did in Australia. And no matter what the official verdict is of this fight, you're watching 2 amazing Hall of Fame boxers in the twilights of their respective careers. And now they battle the last few seconds of what might be their careers. Look at this! Right to the bell!
Don Trella scores at 117-110. Glenn Trowbridge, 117-110. Dave Moretti, 118-109. All to the winner by unanimous decision from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Bernard, the Executioner Hopkins.
Well, Dave, the judges saw it the same way we did. In fact, almost exactly the same way we saw it. A unanimous decision victory for Bernard Hopkins. And again, the difference in the fight to me was the first 4 rounds where Roy just couldn't seem to figure out what to do with this guy. And Bernard was able to get away with getting off 4 or 5 combinations, grabbing and walking him back. And that turned out to be the difference in the fight.
He mugged him and he shortened the fight.
Introducing to you first the challenger on my right, fighting out of the red corner. Entering the ring wearing white trunks with gold trim and fighting out of Berlin in Germany. He weighed in at 174 pounds. He has a record of 25 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw, with 15 wins coming by way of knockout. And tonight he is making his first attempt at a world title Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the IBF #2 ranked light heavyweight contender in the world, introducing Karo Murat. And his opponent across the ring, on my left, the defending world champion fighting out of the blue corner. Entering the ring wearing black trunks with lime green trim and fighting out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He weighed in at a trim and ready 172½ pounds, and his record stands at 53 wins, 6 losses and 2 draws, with 1 no decision, 1 no contest, and 32 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, in his 30th world title bout, please welcome one of boxing's all-time greats, the former undisputed middleweight world champion and the current IBF light heavyweight champion of the world, the oldest boxer ever to hold a world title. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the ageless wonder, Bernard, the Alien Hopkins. Once again, a referee in charge. Now to give instructions, Steve Smoger.
Nice and relaxed. Right there. It's your time. Nice and relaxed.
Gentlemen, you're given your instructions in your respective dressing rooms. Please obey my commands, respect the bell, and above all, protect yourself at all times. Touch glove, touch, thank you.
All right, so Steve Smoger saw nothing as far as high trunks. He took a look at that. Ring will separate, and then we will go. Bernard Hopkins, his 30th defense, 30th world title bout, and Karo Murat, his first championship bout. Looks relaxed. Last time we saw a fighter that relaxed, it was Canelo when he fought Floyd Mayweather last month.
Let him out, Kyle. Let him out.
You get out of that relaxation stage. Mayweather was just too quick and he couldn't catch up with him. So here we go, first round. Left hook by Murat and an uppercut. Hopkins tying up. Should be interesting to see how often we see the referee in here separating the fighters. Hopkins has let the young guys sap their energy, trying to get to him early, and then be periodic and precise with his punches. Effective way to fight Hopkins we've seen is he's been able to be able to muscle him. So Jermaine Taylor do it early against him. We saw Chad Dawson do it. But if you're not a bigger guy than Hopkins, you're going to have trouble muscling him because he's cagey.
Hey, don't punch. Don't punch. Step back. Let him out, Kyle. Let him out. Let him out.
And Bernard is playing into the situation. He kept ducking his head so that the warning on Murat would be more definitive. Looping right by Hopkins, just missed. Body shot by Murat, and he has to reload and try to get in on Hopkins. And they engage a little. Right hand by Murat scored. Hopkins gets one in. Hopkins just missed with the double jab. The heads almost came together. Jab by Hopkins. And the end of an uneventful Bernard Hopkins, who earlier this week said he might even want to fight Floyd Mayweather at 160 pounds. A lot of people boxing are thinking he should fight Kovalev, who's a younger gun and a powerful fighter, has one of the other belts. Murat scores with the right hand, the victory for Murat on the inside. Murat missing and then adjusting his trunks. He's done that a few times. Jab by Hopkins as Murat just walked into it. Murat walks in here, he has to throw.
Don't punch, step. Step, step, step. Hey! Don't punch inside when I say break.
This division has Kovalev, Adonis Stevenson, who might be the hottest property, along with Kovalev right now, and Hopkins as its main players.
Don't punch, don't punch, don't punch. Don't punch, Bernard. You're on the break, come on.
Hopkins knows how to shorten the fight, stretch the clock. A lot of breaks, tie-ups. Make a 12-round fight and turn it to really about 8 rounds of action. And that's how you do it at this age. So if you're the younger fighter, Murat, you have to try and make Hopkins move a lot.
Don't punch.
Try to expend the energy.
Step, step, step,
legs.
step, step.
Now that's the blueprint, but we've seen younger fighter after younger fighter fail to execute it.
Break, 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 break. Break, don't punch. No, 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 no.
We start round 3, scheduled for 12. Bernard Hopkins and Kara Murat. Hopkins defending his 175-pound championship at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City, New Jersey on Dave Bontempo. Good hook there by Murat. Big lash by Hopkins. Maybe indicating that the punch did hit him a little bit. Hopkins trying to walk back the younger fighter.
Don't punch, don't punch. Don't
Murat.
punch, don't grab. Let him out. Let him out, Carl.
Figures to be a busy night for Steve Smogel, the referee, as these guys clinch in tight, try to use position. He was about to separate them, and they did it for him. As you see Hopkins spinning along the ropes, you see the Golden Boy name and the pink to indicate boxing's respect to Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Let him out, let him out, let him
October,
out.
and has been recognized by all the major sports. You see where Hopkins has that left hand and daring Murat to
Hey, let him out,
take a
let him
shot
out,
at
let him out. Hey, break, break,
That's
break.
5
Both
shots
of you.
by Hopkins
Both
as
of
he's
you.
tied up. Jab by Hopkins. Murat trying to unload something. He's over the top. The fact that Murat complained about a light tap in round 2 to that area, rib area, Hopkins learned something from that. Tries to nail it with a hard shot there. It's a good right hand by Hopkins. Murat looking a little besieged.
Don't punch. Step.
Breathing heavily. Hopkins has a chance to tee off on him here if he wants to. Jab, right hand by Hopkins, missed. Jab by Hopkins, uppercut by Hopkins, and you get the idea that maybe Hopkins will step back after this. Fighting, they have to get back to their fourth round action. Bernard Hopkins and Kara Murat. The IBF light heavyweight championship that is held by Hopkins. Ageless one, 48.
Don't punch,
carving up younger fighters for a long time.
Hey, Kara, don't punch. You don't understand? Don't punch.
Steve Smoger speaking in English. Don't punch. Kara Murat doesn't understand him.
Punch out of there, Barney.
Maybe they'll have to use signals.
Not behind the head, Kara. Come on.
He would understand 1 point. Smoger put up a finger and deducted a point from him. That's universal. Looping shot by Murat. Comes up short. Hopkins.
Don't
right
punch.
hand lead.
Step out.
Able to score that even from a distance. Left hook to the body by Hopkins. Good jab by Hopkins. Right hand lead by Hopkins. He's going to the power mode a little bit here. Hopkins did say before this fight he was aiming for a knockout. Hasn't had one in many years.
Don't punch.
Murat had a chance there with right hand whistled by the ear of Hopkins. And he has two from Hopkins. Right hand lead from Hopkins again.
No punch. Step out.
Murat waiting on Hopkins. Hopkins scores first with the right hand again. Good left hook by Murat. Hopkins digs down.
Hey, don't punch. Step.
The end of round 4. Murat punching in air. Scheduled 4-12, Bernard Hopkins. Defending his IBF light heavyweight championship. He has 53, 6-2, 32 knockouts.
Don't punch.
25, 1-1,
Step out.
15 knockouts.
Don't punch. Let him out.
Dave Bontempo at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. Referee is Steve Smoger, who's been a little bit busy thus far with the clinches on the inside. Watch Hopkins, how he tries to lure fighters in. See the left hand down with the elbow up. You get an angle, you think you can pour a right hand through, and then Murat tries that, and it misses. Now he is backing up the 48-year-old backing up the younger fighter. Good right hand lead again from Hopkins. As a B-hop champ. Started. Based on breathing patterns and who is breathing heavily, who do you think is 48 years old? Murat looks like the tired fighter, giving up almost a decade to Hopkins. Hopkins is wailing there, loading up with the left hook.
Pick, don't punch on him.
Shoulder to accentuate it. Kick by Hopkins. A couple theories as to why the right hand leads for Hopkins could work. One of the good around has his left hand. The other part of it is his angle. And getting into a place, position-wise, where it measures out just perfectly. You can throw it, and then get out of trouble.
Hey, don't punch.
You always think the right hand is coming behind something. This is the definition of holding the hand. As we head into round 6. Some unique things that we've seen Hopkins do over the years. When he fought Jean Pascal the second time and was out pointing the younger fighter, in the middle of the fight, Hopkins stopped, went down, and did a whole bunch of push-ups.
Don't punch. Step. Let him out, step out.
Hopkins has landed 65 of 164 punches thrown. Murat 37 of 157.
Get off his neck.
The numbers showing just that element of dominance for Hopkins. We've seen him in power mode in years past. But now, as he's gotten older, we've seen him toy with younger fighters, as he did to Horace Cloud. Well, it sounds like a pep rally from a different type of a sport. Let's go B-hop champ.
Break, don't punch. Step out, B.
Sneaky little right hand by Hopkins. Heads come together, left hook by Hopkins. Shoulder in the jaw. Referee won't see that. Fake by Hopkins, and then he wanted to throw that right hand, but now goes to the body with it. Well, it makes him tough to fight. As a scoring a couple shots, and they hold one leg. There's a stiff on the right. The look of the punch that goes down. What will Steve Smallman do here? If ever there was a case for taking a point, that's it. That's only a warning. That is leniency. That very easily could have, or probably should have been a point taken, because there was nothing accidental about Murat firing at Hopkins when he was down.
Break.
Jab by Hopkins.
Bell.
Bernard Hopkins and Karen Marat. Scheduled for 12. Hopkins 53, 6-2, 32 knockouts. Marat 25, 1-1 with 15 knockouts, and has done very little in this fight.
Right. Get set, go. Here he goes with the headlock.
Looping right by Hopkins. Jab in the right hand scores. Marat squaring up. Good body work by Hopkins. Leaping hook by Hopkins, right hand. Hopkins is in offensive mode. He senses he can do something here, and Hopkins has done it.
Wait, don't punch. Step back.
Slows it up.
Hey. That's enough already.
Now we get the point.
1 point. They're going to break. 1 point. 1 point. 1 point. You're on the edge of getting thrown out of here. It's enough of your shit.
Steve Smoker warns Marat about a disqualification. That was 2 blatant offenses, and now you've got 1 point. For some fighters, deliberately try to get themselves disqualified if they don't think they have a shot at winning.
Let him out.
Right hand by Hopkins. Good right hand there by Hopkins. Trying to tee off and really get finger out there. Marat backing up. Here comes Hopkins rolling up his football down. Scores from a distance.
Beautiful.
The round 7 will be down. It's a very good one for Bernard Hopkins as he scores a lot of points and then has the point deducted against Marat. So 10-8 for Hopkins. So here we go into round 8. Bernard Hopkins dominating this title defense as expected against Karen Marat.
Don't punch. Step.
He was a prohibitive favorite coming in at 6-1. Good jab on the right hand by Hopkins. Now in boxing, we've seen some upsets in the 6-1.
Hey, I got
range.
you. Don't punch. Step out, Bern. Step out, Bailey. Step out.
But tonight, that 6-1 looks like about 20-1. We still have 5 rounds to go. The uppercut here.
I'm here.
Hopkins.
Don't punch. Step, Bernie. Step, baby. Step.
Now we're seeing Hopkins with the low left hand, daring Marat to fire the right hand so that he can get out of the way and shoot a counter. He up here. Marat covering himself up. What kind of determination does Marat have? He's going to be tested now because he's cut. He's frustrated.
Got a
He's
free
being
hand
shown
in there,
up.
Brian.
Pushes him through the ropes and just stopped. Just a little short of what would have been a penalized area.
Turn around, turn around. Turn around, turn around, turn around.
Hopkins told by Smoger to turn around. That's very unusual too. You have to protect yourself at all times.
Bernard!
Hopkins talking to the crowd. Left hook down the right. Hopkins is back. Smoger gave Hopkins some unusual breathing room. Telling him to turn around. An unusual round. Into round 9 we go. Bernard Hopkins, as he has done so many times with young fighters, frustrating the younger Para Marat. He has toyed with Marat in this fight. Cut by Marat as he tries to go to work. Can't seem to catch Hopkins clean. And Hopkins, as he takes a left hook, dubbed himself the alien. He's trying to do some crazy stuff with the cat. I don't know if he'll be able to sell that going forward.
Turn around.
Now Smoger makes it even at least. Tells Marat to turn around. The referee does not have to be involved in that realm with fighters. It is their responsibility to protect themselves at all times. And that means don't turn your back. Working on the inside. Quick, short punches. We saw Dr. Stoppage in the Gabriel Rosado fight just before this. That cut was very deep. This doesn't look as deep on Marat. It would not be surprising if we saw the doctors come and take a look at it, either between rounds or if it gets any worse. They're trying to get as money's worth. Left hook. Look at the head movement by Hopkins. Help him there, though. It's the last quarter clean. So Hopkins so he's safe for now in that regard. Let's see how it continues to work as we're in round 10. Scheduled for 12. Bernard, the former executioner Hopkins, now the alien. 53, 6-2, 32 knockouts. And Kara Marat, 25, 1-1, 15 knockouts. I'm Dave Bontempo. We're coming to you from Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. Hopkins with a hook and a right hand. And there's the good jab. Now he's working on that eye.
Don't punch, don't punch, no.
Talked about aiming for a knockout. That would be a ticket to do it. Going after the eye, it gets worse. And this is a stage for Hopkins. What does he want to do? Does he want to go for a knockout? Does he want to try to finish this guy? Does he just want to pile up points and try to look good? Play to the crowd a little bit? You rarely see him caught flush. The head movement, shoulders, the subtle little angles he puts himself on.
Come on, bro. Step out.
And that's the wisdom. That's how a 48-year-old guy can be in boxing. Aside from being in terrific shape. You have to know how to negate guys. Because your power's not going to do it. And Hopkins has been negating the efforts of younger guys. He's a businessman, there's no mistake. You've seen him after fights, he thought he should have got a better deal on it. He's been angry. But Hopkins is by nature now business guy, focused on promotion. Trying to take a fight like this and make it exciting and celebrate. Not just pouring with his punches, he just cannot get through. 2 rounds to go. Bernard Hopkins in control here against Karo Marat.
2
rounds away from extending his record. Hopkins, the oldest man to win and hold the championship. Now he's inside of 3 months of being 49. Jab here by Hopkins. When you see him mugging guys, even though he doesn't knock them out, he has ruined quite a lot of careers. He ruined the career of Antonio Tarver, never the same again. Kelly Pavlik, never the same again. Even in 2 losses to Jermaine Taylor, he took something away from Taylor. Taylor was never a force after that.
No, don't let him out,
Pretty much the situation where he got inside their head, he exposed their vulnerabilities, took a lot of their confidence away. The swagger because he mugged them, beat them up even if he didn't knock them out. He simply did a street number on those guys.
Break. Step.
It's uncanny that in the latter years, how many of these guys I've mentioned have never gotten back to their original spot after facing Hopkins. And when you're watching this, you get the sense that these are the guys out there for Hopkins. And Marat is a high-ranked contender. He could still be fighting and winning after the age of 50. He's in the gym. He's the guy that's looked the fresher tonight. As we come to the end of round 11. Mandatory challenge. But didn't bring any entertainment value beyond that. So Hopkins basically trying to weave the storyline. A big smile on his face when he said, I need the knockout. He'd love to get it. It would cap off his night.
Hey, don't punch, step, step, step.
But you get the sense that Murat would need a knockout to get a draw. Right hand here by Murat. Cut opens up. That would be a avenue for Hopkins. Right hand to that area. Murat turns it back again. He's smoking may stop this. Hopkins may get his knockout. Dangerous for Murat, but he turns his back yet again. Hopkins had a moment there where it looked might be able to court that finishing barrage. Of course, he doesn't go for the knockout very often. Try to beat you down, get there one punch at a time.
I'm here.
Murat, like many fighters before him, no answer for Hopkins. Most successful fighters we've seen against him. Hopkins has two big left hooks. He's been pulling more powerful guys who can muscle him a little. Low blow by Murat. Hopkins holding down Murat. That's a good warning for that. Steve Smoga doesn't want to disqualify Murat. We'll get into it anymore with Hopkins. Well, a fight that was sloppy at times, interesting at others. We'll end up with Hopkins matching another win.
We have a unanimous decision. Here are the score totals. Judge at ringside, Benoit Roussel, scores the bout 117 to 110. Judges Julie Letterman and Joseph Pasquale both score the bout 119 to 108. All three in favor of the winner. And still, the IBF light heavyweight champion of the world, Bernard, the Alien Hopkins.
All right, so they'll put that belt back on.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing yellow, he stands 6 feet tall and officially weighs 159 1/2 pounds. His professional record, an outstanding one. 41 bouts, 40 victories, including 35 knockouts with only 1 defeat. And tonight, he is ready to shock the world. From Battersea, England, the WBC #1 challenger in the world, the Battersea Bomber, Howard Eastman. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black, standing 6 feet 1. His official weight, 159 1/2 pounds also. Professional record, 45 victories, including 32 knockouts with only 2 defeats, 1 draw, and 1 no decision. This contest tonight
is a record 20th title defense in the middleweight division, and his future in the Boxing Hall of Fame is assured. Ladies and gentlemen, the fighting pride of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the universally recognized, undisputed middleweight champion of the world, Bernard, the Executioner Hopkins.
Neither of these guys, Dave, to me look like they've got a big sweat on, a big warm-up
No,
sweat.
I think Eastman may have lost his. Had it, and then they had to wait.
I don't know if he was even warmed up in time, you know, because of the,
All right, gentlemen.
how
Eagle
fast
punches
they
are
were
here on
fighting.
up. Take a
Hey,
good
but
look.
there's still no reason for it.
Here on up. Let's have a good, clean fight. Touch gloves and good look to both of you.
Here we go. Howard Eastman and Bernard Hopkins. And if they are, Eastman looks a little dry, and Hopkins does too. You can be susceptible. You can get caught when you're dry. See what happens early. Scheduled for 12.
Ready, Bernard? Ready?
Trying to Philadelphia, Bernard Hopkins. There's Eastman. Tries to work his jab early. Hopkins circling.
Following the form chart, I said Eastman wouldn't take a backward step, and up to now, he's the one coming right at Hopkins, and Hopkins is moving back. But that's also standard for Hopkins as well.
Right, he's allowing Eastman to come toward him, but he's staying far enough away where nothing being thrown. These guys are lining up what might work for them throughout the fight. Get a measure. Where's the range on the jab? Where do I have to be? What can I explode out with? You can tell a little tightness in there, indicative of the stakes present here.
Hopkins, we know, is a notoriously slow starter. And that's what makes him the great fighter that he is. He studies, he looks, he evaluates.
He throws a left hook.
He's just seeing what he's got to do, and he's able to switch gears and picks it up as the fight goes on. So I mean, that's why he's the great champion that he is. Because right now his brain is spinning 100 miles an hour now as to what he's got to do to cut this guy down.
What he has to do, where he has to be to get that left hook in. Does he take a half step? Does he take a full step? These are the things that fighters want to find out, and fans wish they found out before they got in here. As they start to call for more, they had the big anticipation. These guys are dry. You're going to see them in a much different gear a couple rounds from now.
See both of them carry that front foot out in front of them. You can see that for perfect balance, able to land punches from far away and also get away from punches much easier when that front foot is out in front.
If this was some types of video game, you'd be fighting yourself. Take a look, these guys have similar styles.
Stop! No punching, no punching, no punching. Break, step back,
both
no
want
punching.
to
Here we go.
dance forward,
Step back when I say break.
This Los Angeles crowd is very impatient. They want fireworks as soon as the first round bell rings.
Well, they read for a whole week what this was going to be like. And so you get your juices flowing. And Jermaine Taylor sets the stage with his terrific performance. There's a lot to it with these guys studying it. Right now, the deliberate pace has everything to do with the fact that their styles are exactly the same at this moment.
You have to go back to 1996 before you find a victory for Bernard Hopkins in the first round.
Second round action coming up now. These guys will do a little bit more. Howard Eastman in the yellow trunks with the green trim. Trying to go across the pond into the United States and come up with a big win. Last time he fought over here in a big match was the loss to William Joppy. only loss in his career.
And his only fight over here.
Not an easy deal to go overseas, whether it's fighters from England coming here or American fighters going to England and come up with a win.
Especially when you're taking on the best guy in boxing, pound for pound, in Bernard Hopkins. Bowie Fischer in the corner told Hopkins he wanted to stay behind that jab. He wanted him to establish the jab, which would establish the range of where he can reach the right hand or the left hook.
And Eastman tantalizing him with the left hand down low. And Hopkins digging his way in with the jab, little by little. The right hand slipping quickly, Hopkins behind two jabs. Get the sense, not too far away from exploding into something here. The right hand, there's a good action by Hopkins, and Eastman is back, right with us.
Eastman has a somewhat sideways stance, and he's got that left hand carried low, which is an invitation, and I think that an invitation for a right hand over the top, and that's exactly what Hopkins is looking for. He's trying to sneak in and just get that right hand coming over the top of maybe a lazy jab or off of his own 1-2, because it looks like Eastman only uses the left hand to block punches, and there was a good short right hand that landed.
I figure that Eastman might be trying to set a trap for Hopkins, but he hasn't done much off the low left hand.
Stop! No punch, no punch. Break step back, gentlemen. Here we go. Let's go. Break step back.
Left hand down low by Eastman. Fired up jab. Here it is Hopkins. Nice clubbing right hand by Hopkins as Eastman puts over at his corner for a quick bit of advice. Hopkins coming at him.
Hopkins is smart. So he goes left, he goes right. He sees that Eastman is trying to line him up with the right hand. That's Eastman's bread and butter punch, is that straight right hand. And Hopkins just walks away from it, turns, changes direction, almost as if he could read Eastman's thoughts.
Fans not used to seeing Bernard Hopkins doing all this moving. They want him in a more assertive position.
Hopkins gets more assertive as the fight moves there. And right now, he's still thinking.
Down the bell, 10 seconds, gentlemen.
Two jabs in a right by Hopkins, and Eastman tries to come back at him as round 2 goes into the books.
Mouthpiece. Mouthpiece.
Get a good look at this crowd, which is waiting to unleash as Bernard Hopkins and Howard Eastman go to work in round 3. Hopkins 45-2-1, 32 knockouts. Eastman 40-1 with 35 knockouts. Bit of a sluggish beginning.
No punch. Break,
No, it will heat up.
Break.
The second round had more intensity than the first.
I'm gonna tell you guys twice. Let's go. Box.
These guys try to find openings against each other on the inside. Hopkins with a jab and a quick right hand, and the left hand of Eastman is no longer down.
That right hand, he was looking to land with that right hand. That right hand had intentions on it. He tried to time Eastman coming in and catch him with a short looping right hand. He threw with a lot of power as well. That's the first hard shot he's tried to land on Eastman. He thinks he sees something with that low left hand.
Hopkins is lowering his. He gets Eastman to come in on him and then he ties him up.
Stop! No punching, stop!
The cat and mouse struggle between two fighters who so far are waging the same style. Eastman, that's fine. He doesn't mind having Hopkins' style because keep him in the fight, set him up for that puncher's chance.
No punching, gentlemen. Break, step back.
Eastman doesn't mind if this crowd boos. This is Hopkins' house. Reactions from the crowd.
Good lead left hook. He jumped in really good and surprised Eastman. I don't think Eastman has figured out yet what Hopkins wants to do. The instructions from his corner, from Robert McCracken, his trainer, was he wanted to see him throw the jab, right hand, left hook combination and then dig Hopkins to the body. Up to now, he has done neither so far, and we're into the last minute of the fight. There's another short right hand over the top that Hopkins tried again.
And Eastman gets a right hand in and got Hopkins' attention, and while they were being broken, Hopkins fighting out. Gets a little messy on the inside. And they continue. Now, Eastman with that left hand down low again, and Hopkins circling. Jab by Eastman, able to touch Hopkins, who continues his movement. Hopkins came back, and Eastman came in with his head. But it's quite possible the way these guys have their heads together, and they're warned by the referee for that exact same possibility.
10 seconds, stop at the bell, gentlemen.
So round 3 had a little bit more than round 2, and we'll see this progression as we get ready for round 4.
Here we go. Box.
Hopkins last fought in September when he defeated Oscar De La Hoya. Nice round knockout.
No punching. Here we go. Let him go. Let him go.
Body shots by Hopkins in that fight.
Good short left hook. That's twice now that when Eastman has come forward, Hopkins has greeted him with a short left hook on the inside.
Eastman trying to pursue Hopkins, getting him to move back. Hopkins moving laterally. Eastman double jabs his way in and throws a right hand. He's fighting with a lot of spunk.
See, that's what he's trying to do. He's been trying to get that double left jab working, followed up with the right hand, but Hopkins almost can read it. He lets the double jab come, and then Eastman is stepping in too close, so he's smothering himself on his own right hand.
Hopkins allowing him in. Eastman trying to cut off the ring, and then Hopkins reaches out with the right hand and touches him.
Hopkins is smart.
Stop! No punching, no punching. Here we go. Quick, step back. Here we go. Here we go.
Eastman tries the long right hand. Hopkins is underneath it.
A fight that looked like it might have 2 bulls has had more of a matador aspect thus far, with Hopkins moving, luring Eastman in, trying to dodge out of the way, and then tapping.
Eastman is having difficulty reaching Hopkins. What he should probably be doing now is going to the body. I mean, he's only thrown really one body shot, and that was right just earlier with the left hook when Hopkins was moving on the ropes. But he should probably, when he's got Hopkins moving back, is get on that body, then work your way up to the top.
Hopkins missing over the top with his right hand. Eastman coming up short with his right hand. It's tough for either guy to really get a rhythm going. Hopkins has purpose to his movement, but it hasn't been offensive purpose at this point. I mean, it's one thing to study a situation. We're ready to get out of college pretty soon. Yet in a weird way, maybe that's what this fight is going to serve up.
Make it more of a chess match?
These guys, you look at their height and everything.
Stop! No punching, no
they
punching.
Like to do a lot of the same things. That's not always a pleasing matchup.
Stop! No punching, no. Break, step back.
And they're both are being somewhat sloppy on the inside. We're not seeing the inside work that we saw, say, in the Kingsley Aikiki bout, where they were on the inside, content to work good, hard body shots. We've not seen any kind of a body attack pretty much from either guy. Hopkins hasn't had to, and Eastman hasn't.
It's been 5 months between fights for these guys. A little rusty at times. That's not a major level. They both want to try and do the same thing. We'll talk more about that in subsequent rounds.
Left hook landed for Hopkins.
And now they look fully warmed up.
Stop! No punching, no punching.
They came out dry in the first round with the delay. Now they've got the sweat going and they went to their rhythm. Funny thing, as we're to round 5, the crowd's been booing as these guys have been stylistic in the first 4 rounds. The only people happy are the trainers. They go back to the corner, the trainers are jamming beautiful, it doesn't matter. I like that.
Stop!
The trainers don't love the crowd-pleasing fights because then the guy is getting hit too much.
Good point. And both of them, as you know, are both slow starters. And that was the case with Eastman against William Joppy. Because they're not going at it slow now. Now there's some heavy leather being thrown there.
And Eastman with a left hook on Hopkins trying to move him back now. As this baby has heated up. And then Eastman behind the head. He'll be warned about it. Both fighters have been doing it. No choir boys in there.
I'm glad the referee, Raul Calles, got in right away and warned them about the rabbit punches in the back of the head.
Let's go, get your
We've been seeing too much of that in boxing lately, and it's a dangerous foul, and I don't like to see it.
He's been backing Hopkins up here. He's got a little momentum together.
Stop! No punch, no punch. Here we go.
As he's able to fire offensive punches with Hopkins on the ropes.
Left hook lead again from Bernard Hopkins.
Eastman is coming at him. The jab. Cutting down the ring. Cut by Hopkins to the body. Eastman trying to measure Hopkins. It is an unusual sight to see man called the best pound-for-pound boxer in the world to be constantly being chased.
He's making Eastman chase him. That's what he's doing. He's reeling him in and trying to counter him with left hooks and right hands, especially that overhand right. So, obviously, there's the right hand over the top. That's exactly what he's trying to do. And there it is, right hand, that hook, and
Eastman is back. A slugfest is on. And you think of Hopkins as such a dominant fighter, this is a unique twist for him. It's a risky one, too. Because he's countering. There's a good jab by Hopkins. He doubles up. Look at them staring at each other.
This is turned to business now, Dave.
The polo by Hopkins. Big left hook by Hopkins from the first 4 rounds out. Start right now. And the mano-a-mano is on.
Here we go, time!
4 previous rounds.
Into round 6 we go, scheduled for 12. Bernard the Executioner Hopkins in the black trunks, 45-2-1 with 32 knockouts. Harold Eastman, 40 wins, 1 loss, 35 knockouts. Hopkins from Philadelphia, and Eastman from England, originally from Guyana. So Hopkins has been the pot shot artist in the last couple of rounds as he tries to execute Eastman and get the 20th successful title defense.
Hopkins likes that lead left hook, boy. Every time Eastman makes move, and that's why Hopkins carrying the left hand a little bit low, because he's bringing the right hand, the left hook underneath. That's why he's carrying the left hand low.
He has been crafty in the last couple of rounds. Punching off the angle, darting in, right hand leads against the righty. The stuff that you don't get away with unless you catch the guy on such a surprise angle that he cannot count.
So he tried it again. There's the right hand over the top. So he feinted the left hook and then came back over with the right hand. That's quick thinking. There's the left hook lead again.
Hopkins is not as far away from Eastman. He's attacking now and a big right hand by Hopkins. This round, he's coming to Eastman.
Stop! No punch, no punch.
Seen much of that from Hopkins, but he has seen something to indicate that now is the time to be more on the attack.
He's been trying that right hand, and it's been successful for him.
Good left hook by Hopkins. Now he starts to try and wear down Eastman.
Let's go, punch out of there. Stop! No punching, no punching. Break, step back. Let's go. Here we go.
Eastman just has to be busier. He has to let his hands go more. He's throwing 1 punch at a time, some kind of a lazy jab. He's got to get busy. He's just not putting enough punches together.
In the opening round, when Hopkins was letting Eastman come to him, Eastman would be satisfied with that pace, and he was standing in there holding his own. Now, with Hopkins increasing his activity, Eastman cannot stay at the level he was at.
No, and the thing is, Eastman had increased his activity in the 5th round, so he shouldn't be taking the 6th round off.
No punching. Break, step back.
He only took the 6th round off, huh? We'll check on Eastman's gas tank as we go along, because he had engaged Hopkins in round 5. Round 6, it's been Hopkins on the dominant end, and he's been reaching and lunging and missing. Hopkins tying him up.
Stop! No punching. Here we go. Break, step back. Let's go. 10 seconds. Stop at the bell, gentlemen.
So as we get to the halfway point, the Executioner looking like the spoiler, but he's been effective. Great source of fighters, and here we go. Into the second half of the fight. Bernard Hopkins, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 45-1, 32 knockouts. Going against Howard Eastman, England, who is 40-1 with 35. Stop! Here we go, Hopkins has been a cutesy fighter. Waiting, countering.
Stop!
Break down.
I think David Hopkins has shown a lot of versatility. He's done some punching, he's done some boxing, he's done some counter punching. I think he's shown a lot of versatility in this fight against Eastman, and Eastman hasn't shown enough. He's only looking to go the one long way.
Stop! No punching, no punching. Break, step back, please. Here you go.
He hasn't sustained any kind of a ball to try to slow Hopkins down, and his left hook has virtually been non-existent.
Hopkins has taken a lot away with his subtle inside movement, good head movement. He's been missing. Great majority of the shots is coming up a little shy. The head movement of Hopkins.
Punch out of the front. Let's go. Punch out. Let's go. Let's go.
There it is. You see, when Eastman works, he keeps Hopkins on the defensive. He just doesn't sustain the attack. He's got to take the chance. He has to gamble if he's going to try to be successful in this fight. To just sit there and be a target is not going to be enough against Bernard Hopkins.
No punching, no punching. Stop. Round 5 and a little smattering of it there.
Pop the chain!
Did you hear Hopkins in the corner between rounds? He said, Sugar Ray Roberts, number 20, number 20.
He knows how this is going, and yet, usually you figure a guy wants to turn up power. He's content to box. Box all night, if that's what it is.
Again, I like the mix, you know, every now and then he's boxing, then he surprises you, he tries that power shot, like right there, right hand.
A lead right hand. Yeah. Normally you would throw that against the lefty. But he throws it against the righty and gets away with it.
There it is again.
That's behind the jab. That really worked well for him. And he's starting to sharpshoot.
Lay off his hand, lay off his hand. Let's go. Punch out of it. Get your arms out of it. Let's go. Punch out of it. Stop! No punching, no punching. Break, step back. Here we go.
Hey, hit the body! Hit the body, Ed! Hit the body, Ed!
I think the boxing style is produced by the fact that these guys have similar height. Their styles are the same.
No, very similar. I mean, both talented boxers. The thing is, Eastman has put himself into positions where he can punch, and he's just not doing it. He's backing up Hopkins. He gets him into range near the ropes. He has to be more sustainable. He's not going to be ropes when he ends up falling in and gets clinched.
How many times will never get it in there for him?
Not against somebody like Hopkins.
No punching!
All right, so as we get into round 8, in football, the major sports, defense wins the championship. And right now, for Bernard Hopkins, defense is winning it for him here because we're talking about the fact that Howard Eastman lunging, waiting, throwing out the jab, and coming up short. He's about 2 steps too far away.
Stop! No punching, gentlemen. Here we go.
He is landing at a rate of 13% through 7 rounds. And this is a guy who has 40 wins and 1 loss, and is used to being on the mark. 13%.
And he's not throwing enough either.
No punching, no. Here we go.
It's not so much the connect rate, but it's the output rate is really low as well.
Yeah, but even at 13%, you throw a million punches, you won't win at 13%.
No, but at least you increase your chances of landing something the more you throw.
There's Hopkins, and Hopkins is at 37%, and that's a climbing percentage because he was off the mark earlier too, but good right hand on Hopkins, and now he's stepping into another gear.
2 good right hands, actually.
Well, he's like a fighter. He's going to gradually close his hands.
And Eastman is not doing anything to adapt either. He sees that Hopkins is trying that right hand over the top time and time again, and he won't do anything. He won't change direction, take a step off to his right, get the left hand up. He's just staying there, eating the right hand as it's coming over.
In the chess match, he's been waiting on Hopkins. Figures he'll get off first. He has Hopkins in the corner. The time to do it was right then. And Hopkins gets away.
That's right, and he's not doing it. And Hopkins is almost waiting for him to throw something, and he won't throw it.
It's almost as if Eastman knows Hopkins' reputation and just figured he'd be on him the whole night. And now, He's forced to bring the fight to Hopkins at this juncture, and he's missing.
There's the right hand. Eastman fired back with his own right hand. That was a good exchange.
Hopkins is a grazing variety, and Eastman is coming back in with the head kick by Hopkins. Of course, at the 150, these are all flush pounds. Crowd getting into it. These punches are missing by Eastman, but he's showing good intensity.
That one did miss. That one landed good on Hopkins. Hopkins had to step back from that one. He made him miss the first one, but the second one landed. Now Hopkins comes back with his own jab and falls inside. This is what I mean about by increasing your punch output. If you increase the punch output, something will eventually land. Eastman has to get busy if he wants to win this fight.
They've got nothing to lose when it's 13%. They just fire away.
Exactly.
Hopkins with 3 shots here. He is an elusive target for Eastman.
Stop! No punch, no punch. Break! 10 seconds, stop at the bell.
Hopkins went into a variety of attacks. Eastman has been stuck in the same gear as he eats a left hook.
But at least he's firing back. We got us a fight now. We got us a fight now, Dave.
3 minutes and 3 seconds. That round. To the round 9 we go. Bernard Hopkins of Philadelphia, 45-2-1, 32 knockouts. Howard Eastman of England, 40-1, 35 knockouts.
Let's go.
Last round was slugfest after the fact. As they kept going, and let's see if there's any spillover into the night. Eastman, who had 13% connect percentage through 7 rounds, must step it up and convey some urgency. Hopkins has been difficult to hit. Look at the head movement of Hopkins. Making Eastman go over the top.
I'm not sure if it's a question of Hopkins being difficult to hit as much as it's been of Eastman's reluctancy to hit him. That's been more the case. But when he opens up, they stay on quite even terms. So there's good shots exchanged by both fighters when Eastman lets his hands go.
That's when he opens up.
Stop punching, stop!
Yeah.
And be fundamental. Hopkins' head movement has enabled him to duck a lot of punches. A lot of good punches, too. Eastman over the top. The left hook gets in. Hopkins is back. Eastman has nothing to lose. He likes rolling the dice right here with Hopkins. A big hook by Hopkins. Eastman is a puncher. This is right down the avenue of a puncher's chance.
And the only way a puncher has a chance is to throw punches, Dave, and that's going to have to be the key for him. He has to work down this stretch and put his hands together. He's got to let the right hand go. He's got to follow it up with the left hook, because if he stays in there waiting for pot shots, that's Bernard Hopkins' game.
Hopkins back. Hopkins pops the jab in. Moving out of danger and going to the side. A lot of side-to-side movement by Hopkins. Look at the looks he shows, and Eastman particularly adjusted.
Stop! No punching. Break, step back.
You can hear them exhorting Eastman from the corner. Go to work. Throw the double jab. Right hand, left hook. They want him to let his hands go.
They want him to have that same fire under his belly that he had at the end of round 8. They want that to continue over. Whatever happens, be in there flailing.
Stop! No punching, no punching. Break, step back.
See, even when he misses shots, like if Eastman misses the right hand, he should be coming back across with the left hook. But by only throwing one punch at a time, Hopkins is able to get away from it, and there's nothing coming behind it.
Right hand comes up short. Over the top of Hopkins again.
Right.
Now, if he has an uppercut after that, he'll nail it.
Right, but at least he kept Hopkins on the defensive because he threw more than one punch at a time. Go right hand. That's stopped.
Good counter by Hopkins. As he walked Eastman into the trap. So Eastman still has that puncher's chance. Hopkins is getting points.
Good right hand. He's been finding that all night.
Finding the right hand. One thing we've not seen as we go into round 10 of the scheduled 12-round bout. We see no competition. Since a one punch, one time a shot. One big shot here and there, but not the two, not the three. These guys have not been able to put them together. They've been pot-shotting as they've been studying and being fundamental, but the brawl hasn't been there, except for occasion.
That's right. On occasion, when Eastman would let his hands go, then he engages Hopkins, and Hopkins then has no choice but to fire back. But when he lets Hopkins box and he only throws one shot at a time, Hopkins pot shots him. Right hands, left hook, like you saw right there.
This crowd wants to get into more than just that shot. They land a good shot, and you hear the reverberation through this crowd.
Absolutely.
And there's the two jabs on the right hand by Eastman coming up against that shot. Bernard Hopkins is used to distance fights. 10 rounds or more, 7 of his last 9. Good hook by Hopkins. And they wait on each other. Look at that frozen shot.
The one thing that I'm noticing is the basic difference why Eastman can't get his shots up. He doesn't have that fluidity to his combinations. They're almost, even when he does put 2 or 3 shots together, they're not really 2 or 3 shots. They're like 3 single punches put together. There's no fluidity. He's not bringing it around in a smooth motion, right hand, left hook, instantly right behind each other. So Hopkins is able to see it. And he has time to counter.
And move back.
Yep.
Eastman coming in and getting with the head. Hopkins ties him up. Hopkins has been content to pity-pat when that's been convenient. He's been a lot of the time, and then he lands the good right hand when Eastman gets in too far.
Good quick counter right hand, left hook from Hopkins.
Look at the Hopkins head movement. Eastman came, bent at the waist. Eastman, the uppercut would be a good thing to follow after his first punch traveled too high.
I don't believe he's thrown an uppercut in this fight so far.
And it's there for him.
Or a body attack. The sustain. I'm surprised at the lack of body attack. Oh, there it was! We spoke too soon, but there it was.
We've been talking about that uppercut for this pretty bad attack.
You think he heard us?
The body attack against a guy like Hopkins moving, that's why he can't get his body attack. Hopkins is not in front of him. Hopkins with a jab and right.
Watch your feet, both of you.
Good hook by Hopkins.
Stop, no punch. Here we go. Wait, step back here.
So it continues to be a workmanlike performance by Hopkins. He's been enjoying some flashes.
10 seconds, stop the bell, gentlemen, stop the bell.
Is he doing enough? 2 rounds to go.
Oh, hard right hand. Oh, daddy, that landed hard.
And into round 11, Bernard Hopkins with a huge left hook.
Let's go.
As we start the 11th round, scheduled for 12. Good left hook again by Hopkins. Well, Bernard Hopkins, 45-2-1, 32 knockout. Victories over the Felix Trinidad, Oscar De La Hoya, sitting at top box, pound-to-pound circles. Howard Eastman, 40-1, 35 knockouts.
Oh, left hook again lands, Dave. Again the left hook.
So Hopkins has had an edge 37% to 14% on the connect percentage in this bout.
Stop, no punch. Here we go.
We've seen Bernard Hopkins win many different ways. Most times Howard. Here, he's in defense, but he just got nailed. Howard Eastman showing you why he's got that puncher's chance. He drilled Hopkins.
Hopkins landed a left hook too just before that, and Eastman stood there and fired right back.
Saw the legs of Bernard Hopkins wobble for a shot.
Stop, no punch, no punch, no punch.
And Hopkins holding on. Can Eastman follow up? Does he have enough stamina here? Can he sense the opportunity? Good effort by Eastman moments ago. Does he have a chance to follow up? As he pulls in on Hopkins. Good hook by Hopkins on the run. And the uppercut by Hopkins.
Eastman picked it off. Eastman starting to apply more pressure now. A little bit more desperation showing in his attack. He's got to let his hands go, though. Hopkins content to move on the outside. Now we switch to the southpaw stance Hopkins has. We don't see that too often from him.
Hopkins trying to buy some time. Comes up with the left hand. He's treating Eastman now like a sparring partner. Coming and just trying different things in the fight. He was hurt for a while now. This round. Good combination by Eastman. Heads come together again. Hopkins with the left hook. And lead right hand as if time as he tries to cut down Hopkins.
Eastman tried that right hand coming out of the clinch, just fell short.
He needs to keep the jab going all the time and then try things off with that. But he caught with his right hand and Hopkins snapped his. There's a big uppercut by Eastman. He just did miss Hopkins' jab. Now Eastman will have one round to try to pull a miracle out of the back.
I got to give that round to Eastman.
Good job. Let's go. Keep it going.
Hopkins 45-2-1, 32 knockouts. Eastman 40-1, 35 knockouts.
No punching. Breaks.
Brawls, but mostly it's been pesky persistence by Hopkins.
The crowd that was booing at the beginning of these first 3 rounds came up to their feet to applaud for the start of this 12th round for these 2 guys.
Well, when these guys have thrown their punches, there have been no cheap ones.
No, it's been heated and then they've been powerful punches as well.
And Eastman again lands a good left hook and got 2 Hopkins. Now the question is, the way this fight is developed stylistically, beforehand there was the thought that there could be a climb for Hopkins Taylor if they both fought well and looked impressive. Will there be that same climb after this?
Left hook from Hopkins lands. And a right hand
by Hopkins.
Let's go. Get over. Let's go. All right, John. We're going to wrap up. Let's go.
Hot shotting expert. Will people appreciate his sense of fundamentals enough to start demanding the fight with Taylor? Or would they want another De La Hoya type performance from Bernard Hopkins? I think we'll get some indications from the crowd when this fight ends. What kind of reaction will be. Based on what we've seen, my thought coming in was, Hopkins is 40, Taylor is vastly improving. Make that fight now before Taylor improves too much. 2 years from now, I don't think Hopkins can beat Taylor.
That's one way of looking at it, but I would also turn around and say, if you didn't know Bernard Hopkins was 40 years old, and you stood here and you said to me, Russ, we're looking at a nice young champion here making a defense of his title, and he's a good prospect and looks like he has a big future, you'd be accurate. He doesn't look 40. He's not showing any signs of wear. As a matter of fact, he's been masterful in this fight. What has kept this fight close is Eastman's punching power. So we're sitting on the edge of our seat, expecting Eastman to explode at any time. But Hopkins has dominated this bout with his boxing skills, the overhand right, the left hook. He's just been all over this ring, and he's played Matador to Eastman the ball.
I think he has shown a little bit of savvy, but against Jermaine Taylor, a guy who punches a lot more accurately and a lot more willingly than Eastman. 10 seconds, come to the bell. Hopkins wouldn't be able to fight this exact type of style. So, that being said, what will the crowd want?
Ladies and gentlemen, here at Staples Center, Los Angeles, we go to the scorecards. Lou Filippo scores the contest, 119-110. Daniel Vanderveel, 117-111. Ken Morita, 116-112. All to the winner by unanimous decision. And still undisputed middleweight champion of the world, Bernard, the Executioner Hopkins.
Oquan Blue, the blue corner. Wearing blue, official weight 174, 14 ounces. His career, 59 fights, 51 victories, including 32 knockouts, with 5 defeats and 1 draw. He's a future Hall of Famer from the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA. The former undisputed middleweight world champion and former light heavyweight champion of the world, Bernard, the Executioner Rouge. In the red corner, wearing black, officially weighing 174, 14 ounces, 28 fights, 28 victories, including 16 knockouts with only 1 defeat and 1 draw. And in his career, as a light heavyweight, he is undefeated. Originally from Haiti, now living, training, and fighting out of Montreal, Quebec, Canada, presenting the reigning, defending WBC and Ring Magazine IBO light heavyweight champion of the world, champion du monde, Jean Pascal.
So they'll bring them in. Final instructions already in the dressing room. This might just be good for the stare down element.
I hope they didn't dry out waiting for a chance to get warmed up again.
Let's go. Boxers, I'm the referee. I spoke to you both in the dressing room. Obey my command at all times. You both know the rules. Watch the heads, keep the punches up. When I shout break, you break clean. And remember, defend yourself at all times. Shake hands. Hey, Scoot, let's go. Let's go.
We had our first headbutt.
The fight don't start. That's it.
Crowd amped up. Let's see what we get right off the bat in round 1.
Pascal
Judge,
flinging
ready?
his head at Hopkins.
Judge, ready?
Okay, here we go. It started in December with a draw. And we continue in May. Bernard Hopkins, who finished so strongly in their first fight. Does he carry that in here?
Pascal up on his toes. Reminds me of the end of the first fight.
Hopkins got the sense that he could outbox Pascal.
Crowd already chanting for Pascal right off the bat. Want him to get to work. Strange tactic by Pascal to be moving but not throwing punches.
I think a little tentative from the end of the first fight.
Yep.
Hopkins stalking.
Both guys far away from each other. No punches landing of note.
This puts the capital C in caution.
Yeah. Crowd's more into it than the fighters right now. Talk about a feeling out round.
So close to the vest, it's like they're guarding family secrets or something. Jab by Pascal. Now what's interesting here is this is a round in which nothing has happened, but it's there to be stolen by somebody.
Yep.
Well, his tentative finish to the last fight carries over. So, as exciting as the first fight was, the first round of this one was that bad. All right, round two. Let's see if a fight breaks out between Jean Pascal and Bernard Hopkins.
The key is Pascal. If he's going to run around, this is going to be a really bad fight. If he's coming to fight, that means Hopkins is going to fight, because Hopkins can't hit you if you're just running around. Trainer said, cut the ring off. Just go on, go up to him, start trying to touch him with some punches, something, make him fight back.
It would be interesting if you asked each guy after, what made you think you won round one?
Yeah.
Well, I got mad at him, I winked at him. Nothing happened.
I almost gave that a 10-10 first round. Pascal did land a couple of shots, and then a nice jab coming in against Hopkins.
Well, now they get mixing it up a little bit. Wild shots.
See, Pascal is just trying to go for one big knockout. He's going to get beat to the punch doing that. Though his punch is dangerous, you can't be that wild.
Pascal trying to go back to what worked for him in the first fight. He caught Hopkins early. He overpowered him early. Pascal trying to get near Hopkins, who fights him off.
So far, Hopkins does not look 46. Pressing the action.
Tremendous reflexes by Hopkins and the hand-to-eye coordination. And you are literally seeing a throwback fighter.
Yeah, oh yeah. You're looking at 1950s right now.
Seen some of his stories in the boxing magazines, how he tells you how to cut the ring off, and it's masterful.
Yep. Like when he said that the younger fighters have so much energy, and so did I when I was young. Now I conserve my energy, pick my spot. With that being said, Pascal's going to try to make him work. But making Hopkins work means you're going to get hit.
Left hook here by Pascal.
Come on, shit, let him go, let go. Don't hold it.
Heads came together there as they both sought positioning.
Pascal is kind of the aggressor.
It was better than round one, but it didn't have to be much to do that. We start round three. Low number of punches thrown, low percentage landed, as we wait for Jean Pascal and Bernard Hopkins to show more of the form of their first fight. Dave Bontempo and Tony Page with you from the Bell Center in Montreal. Pascal 26-1-1, 16 knockouts. Hopkins 51-5-2, 32 knockouts.
Nice little flurry by Hopkins. Pascal no return.
Jab and a slip here by Hopkins. Pascal on
big left.
Pascal on Hopkins. Let's see if he follows that. Well, he opened up and gambled, and he won there.
And now he's taking, he's blowing the opportunities to keep pressing the action. Maybe he's giving Hopkins too much respect.
Yeah, because if you allow Hopkins to get into that clutching, grabbing game,
you can forget it. Big right hand by Hopkins. And he's wobbling him. He wobbled him.
Here comes Bernard. Elbows, right hands. The kitchen sink.
He's really hurt.
It's all there. Let's see if Hopkins jumps on him here. He has the sense of a predator.
He's hurt. He still has his legs yet.
Jab by Hopkins. So each fighter getting some golden opportunities here in round 3. Good hook by Hopkins after the right hand was just a show me right hand. And the heads have come together.
Back of the head shot by Pascal.
Looks like Pascal is cut. There's a hook by Hopkins that makes it even worse.
Oh, he's walking into shots now. Pascal looks a little wobbly.
Here comes Hopkins with great chances. He's cut him. Big right hand by Hopkins. Pascal back.
Dave, I think we got a fight finally.
We do. Had to warm up a little bit.
Hopkins looking to shoot that right hand in there real quick. Pascal trying to land that big left hook.
The Pascal's corner people will have some work in front of them now. Good shots by Hopkins. Pascal back. Man, real good round. So Hopkins, the 46-year-old, jumps off his stool after a tremendous 3rd round. Bernard Hopkins faithful. Sounding off now.
It seems like Pascal's a better holder than Hopkins.
That's saying a lot. But say what you really love so far in this fight is no holding from Hopkins.
Yeah. I'm almost waiting for something to explode. Just a minute.
Left hook from Pascal.
I see Pascal let his hands go. He's got the power.
Wait up. Watch the shot. Chappelle, watch that.
Jab by Hopkins.
Hopkins cutting right there.
Yep.
And go. Wait up.
But what he is a master at doing as he fires the uppercut there, Hopkins can slowly trap you into the corner. And it's so subtle. You fight Hopkins, you don't even realize it's happening.
Yep.
Good right hand by Hopkins.
Hopkins over the kitchen. A nice right hand by Pascal. He got him going.
He goaded him with the facial expression.
He woke him up. That's the way Pascal should fight. If he can do that for every round. I know it's asking a lot of energy to put out, but he's in next when he does that. He gets good shots and he gets out.
You're asking Hopkins to make a face at him every round.
Yeah.
Pascal.
Oh, nice right hand by Hopkins.
He caught him. Bernard Hopkins good with the misdirection. That was a grazing hook by Pascal.
Oh, big right hand by Pascal. He's got Hopkins hurt. Oh, he's got
Drilling Hopkins.
He's hurt. And he letting up his legs. He's got to go after him. He's got to go after him. You hurt him.
Well, the belt can't save you, but it can sure be your best friend. We go into round 5. Jean-Pascal, Bernard Hopkins, the 2nd chapter. They had a draw back in December in Quebec City and here in Montreal. There was 17,500 officially in attendance.
Pascal was going to come out and try to continue this last round. Very similar right now.
Jab here by Hopkins. You're asking about whether Hopkins looked old in the same round. He looked 28 and 48. Some good chances for Hopkins in the last round. And then Pascal drilled him at the end. Now, for the first time, we're hearing Hopkins' corner, Tony, tell him to grab.
Good shot by Pascal. Oh, watch the head. He threw it. Pascal threw a headbutt.
He threw a headbutt before the fight started.
Yeah.
Jab here by Hopkins. Good hook by Pascal.
Here we go with the grab fest.
At least we got into round 5.
Pascal definitely has the power. This is how often is he going to throw the power shot.
And can he do everything to set it up? Good right hand by Hopkins, a good right hand back by Pascal.
Which fighter's going to run into a shot first?
Yeah, they've both had their chances, and some good shots have been landed. Good body shot there by Hopkins.
Get the feeling both guys are going to go down at some point.
Don't put him down. Okay? Good.
Gee, who'd have thought the fight might get dirty? Pascal missing with a hook.
Both guys winning now. Pascal seems to have a little more confidence right now. Hopkins a little tentative.
Back and forth as we hit the end of round 5. Round 6 is upon us. Nazim Richardson lecturing Hopkins. About no wild stuff, so he comes right out and throws a big shot.
Let him go, let him go, let him go.
So if he's unpredictable to his cornerman, who can get a read on what he's going to do?
I think Bernard listens half the time. Bernard has his own plan.
Hopkins trying to get close. Pascal
Stop boxing!
missing over the top.
Kidney
There we go, shut yourselves out.
And what we're seeing now is
Stop boxing, okay?
no missed opportunities for the dirty shots.
No. Especially when the ref doesn't see it.
Whole new way of making him miss and making him pay. Right hand by Hopkins. Jamming a right hand by Hopkins.
He was running that one up. Started to come off on the left glove of Pascal just a little bit.
Right hand lead by Hopkins as if he was a lefty. Got in on Pascal. Right hand left hook by Hopkins.
Let him go. Let him go, Pascal.
Living on that left
Don't hold him,
hook,
Pascal. Hold on, let him go.
but he's
Wait
not
up.
throwing it.
Wait up.
Look at this wrestling here. The referee needs a crowbar to get these guys apart.
Time out.
Uh-oh.
Come here, come here.
He's going to take over the fight again.
When I say don't hold, and I say break, break. Do you understand me? The area, okay?
Well, he has to get the fight back. The referee had to do that.
Nice jab by Hopkins. Maybe they can't understand his accent. Great.
Hopkins with a little.
There we go again.
facial
Watch your
expressions
head.
here on
Press down,
Pascal.
mate.
Look at the arm
Watch your
block.
head,
Look at that.
Hopkins. Watch your head.
There you go. It's about
Watch your head. Huh?
30 seconds now this round between those two wrestling situations, and Hopkins shortens the fight when he does that.
Turns him around and hits him. Hopkins starting to pull out all the tricks now.
Wake up, you two. Wake up. Wake up.
Maybe take a point from both of them.
Yeah.
Nice shot by Hopkins.
And the second one blocked.
Promotion.
Talking to each other. Uh-oh, Jay now got under his head.
There you go.
Roberto Duran versus Davey. Look at Shades of, now let's see if he wipes his gloves. Shades of the actor Jack Palance when he won an Academy Award. Only he did one arm push-ups.
Bernard Hopkins with the theatrics here as we start the second half of this fight. He
caught him. He caught him. He
got
hurt him.
into Pascal's head. Body shots here by Hopkins. Now, Hopkins is winning the statistical battle. 46 to 29 punches landed through 6. And the fact that he has it as a low-scoring battle like that is good for Hopkins.
Pascal might need to just throw everything out the window and just gamble with the big left hook.
So in all the years we've been doing boxing, Tony, when's the last time you saw a guy do push-ups to start a round?
Never. Never. I think they do it in a truck every once in a while, but they never tell us.
Always a new wrinkle for Hopkins.
He's talking to Pascal.
Good right hand. He hurt him.
He did. He's got him hurt. He's got to step back. He's got to step back.
And Pascal can shake and bake all he wants. But Hopkins hurt him.
Let's see what happens if it turns into a fight here. Pascal's got power. Let's see if he can use it. Like I said, he's got to throw everything out and say to heck with it. Just go after him.
These guys don't want to let the other guy make a point with either the crowd or the judges.
Well, maybe Pascal will skip rope before the next round.
Jab from Pascal. Hopkins just missing with a right hand. Good jab here for Hopkins. Grazing right by Pascal. Good right by Hopkins.
Oh, boy, and go! Wake up, you two, come on, wake up!
I'm going to check the birth certificate of Hopkins. He's supposed to be 46, right?
We have seen him more chiseled in these last two fights. And the quickness you're seeing, I think a lot of it's been there, but he's fighting now to showcase it. He's not grabbing and holding as much as some other fights.
And go, watch your heads, watch the heads!
He can only fight a certain percentage of the round now. He has to fight because Pascal is fighting. Nice shot by Hopkins.
Numbers again for Hopkins in punches landed in this round. It was 14-6 with about 20 seconds to go. And those kind of numbers, low-scoring numbers, will benefit Hopkins.
Yep.
Outlanding Pascal 38 to 19 through 7 rounds. So he's outlanded him in total punches and power punches.
Starting to pull away. Right now, just looking at the two guys, Hopkins seems like the champion, and Pascal seems like the the young undefeated contender getting a title shot. Not polished enough, not experienced enough, talented wise, but he's being taken to school right now. Unless he does something serious.
Well, here comes Hopkins.
And Nazim Richardson is right. He ducks down and tries to throw that one big shot over the top.
Hopkins Always one of the best at fighting with a lead. You look at him on the scorecards and he's ahead. He fights well with that lead.
Watch that right hand by Hopkins. Just poised to bring it over the top.
Right hand by Pascal there. In the fights he's lost, we've seen Hopkins trying to come from behind at the end of fights. But if he carries a lead into the later stages of a fight, very difficult to beat him.
Not the back here, not the back here. Let him go, let him go. Back here, Pascal.
Good right hand by Hopkins.
Keep fighting, guys.
Hopkins thought there would be a break. Almost got nailed. That was a huge right hand by Hopkins. Imagine if you put a body shot in front of or behind that shot.
Oh, absolutely. Trying to do something a little different.
And that was right down the middle of that Hopkins right hand. And you get the sense he can land it whenever he wants now.
Keep that right hand as poised.
Another good right hand by Hopkins. A subtle move to his left, followed by the right hand, which is almost trailing the whole thing. It's like he drags it with him sometimes.
Yeah.
That's just subtle genius.
That's the little things that are work in any era. Pascal should be throwing. He should be throwing right now.
Goes there.
But he's got to do more. He's not going to take Hopkins out with one shot.
Good right hand by Hopkins behind the jab. There's the body shot by Hopkins. And then the jab on the outside. He is breaking Pascal down.
Just waiting. He can counterpunch. He can lead. Nice left hook lead by Hopkins. Pascal's missing. Frustrating is what he's doing.
Doing all kinds of havoc as we start round 9. Bernard Hopkins showing the vintage ability to intimidate. He's doing it here against Jean Pascal. Hopkins 51-5-2, 32 knockouts. Pascal 26-1-1, 16 knockouts. In their first fight, Pascal had 2 early knockdowns, and Hopkins stormed through the second half of the fight. Here, Hopkins is trying to launch another second half rally, but he didn't dig the hole this time that he did in that fight. Dangerous. Pascal's gloves touched the canvas.
Yeah, and didn't wipe it off. Hopkins getting ready to land that right hand again.
Good right hand by Hopkins and Pascal back to the wall.
Pascal's keeping that left too low. That's why Hopkins is throwing the right hand. Now he goes with the jab. Pascal brings the hands up. Watch for Hopkins to go to the body.
Good jab there by Hopkins. Settling into a game of keep away here with Pascal, making him chase him and then catch him.
Pascal not doing enough to win, not doing enough to hurt Hopkins, not doing enough to slow Hopkins down.
Hopkins on the outside. Good hook there by Pascal. But you won't get 2-0 on Hopkins. He'll tie you up.
Pascal, let go.
Look at all this time being burned off.
Yeah. Pascal doesn't realize it. He was holding and he wasting the clock. Hopkins doesn't have to steal around if you're going to give it to him. Look at Hopkins feinting and Pascal covering up.
And Pascal just misses with the hook. Pascal with the right hand.
Gets away from him. Who's 46 again?
Come on, Hopkins! Right, let go!
Well, there's a headbutt by Hopkins, and wouldn't call it accidental.
Nope.
But the referee didn't catch him. Again, Ian John Lewis becoming active and animated. Good hook by Pascal.
Nice left hook by Pascal, but not enough. He lands the one shot. He doesn't have a follow-up.
Surprised the corner didn't complain. It would have been a real cheap one, but,
but it is
they would have
what it
loved to have had it.
Oh, yeah.
Had some looks as to what the second knockdown looked like against Hopkins by Pascal. In the first fight, wasn't a huge knockdown on the cheapish side. That would have been real cheap. The question on the other angle what the referee saw is if the punch actually landed to the head. It didn't touch him. And then there was no argument from Hopkins' corner. No. So here we are in round 10. Bernard Hopkins turning the clock back tonight. 46 years young.
And you notice that Pascal is starting to do some dirty tactics, and it doesn't play when you're only 28. You're just trying to steal an old man's bag of tricks.
Yeah, you'll be the second man in the comedy act if you do that with Bernard Hopkins. But what Hopkins does with that, at times takes Pascal out of his game.
Yep.
We've seen little of the Pascal jab to set things up. Everything is a leaping hook for Pascal.
He's not setting anything up.
Now Hopkins is going to walk him back, and he will milk the clock.
Yep.
Then maybe come back and fire a right hand. Right hand by Hopkins. Right hand by Hopkins. And Pascal Pascal catches a break. That might be big. His gloves touched the canvas after he was hit.
Looked like that was much solid than the last one.
Well, we'll get a chance to see it again. Initially, it looked like a knockdown.
Both guys are sucking on all these logos. He's so busy looking. Look at this.
Look at how much clock he burns off here. About 15 seconds. You do that 3 times in a round, you now have a 2-minute, 15-second round.
Yep.
Jab here by Hopkins.
Hopkins in control.
Dare we say toying with Pascal.
Not even a sparring session. Want the sparring partners to fight back.
Jab here by Pascal, but this is a good round for Hopkins. Headbutts, everything, heads coming together.
Pascal's running out of minutes, running out of rounds.
Round 11. John Pascal and Bernard Hopkins. Pascal 26-1-1, 16 knockouts. Hopkins 51-5-2, 32 knockouts. The ageless 46-year-olds from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Disassembling the 28-year-old.
Pascal doesn't have a sense of urgency.
How many Hopkins opponents have we seen befuddled by him? We saw Pavlik, Carver, Pascal fighting with anger here, but no particular plan.
It's like you just start throwing punches instead of trying to deliver them. You make them too wide, you loop them too much. Waste energy. Show your inexperience. John Lewis definitely earned his keep tonight.
He's been breaking these guys a lot. These guys always seem to know what side he's on when they throw a shot behind the head.
Yep.
Good right hands here by Hopkins as he opens up.
He's got to gamble, just let it go. At this point, you get knocked out, you're going to lose the fight anyway. You might as well go for broke now.
Well, Hopkins getting some space there. Set up some room. Jab here by Hopkins. Right hand, left hand by Hopkins. Right hand, left uppercut.
Seems like his best, Pascal's best punch is a shot behind the head.
Left hook by Hopkins, right hand. Pascal trying to close ground.
He's trying to turn it into a street fight against a street fighter.
And the street's too big. Hopkins is making this ring look large.
Pascal's legs wide, trying to get some traction.
So round 11, heading into the twilight. As time grows short on this one. For the performance of both fighters, even though he's had to tie them up a whole bunch of times. Jean Pascal and Bernard Hopkins. Round 12 of their second fight. Bell Center in Montreal, Canada. Dave Bontempo and Tony Page with you. This time Bernard Hopkins is mimicking his good second half from the first fight.
Look for Hopkins to try and close the show with the right hand and a left hook underneath. Bring it right up.
The difference in this fight and the first one is that Hopkins is not digging out of a hole, which is what happened the first time with the 2 knockdowns.
Now it might be the opponent, but what Hopkins is showing, I'm getting ahead of myself, he wins this fight, super fight, lose 50.
If he keeps looking like this.
Yep.
And what's refreshing about these 2 fights with Pascal is it has not been the Hopkins that shortens the fight, ties up. We've seen a little bit of that, but he's been exciting here. Opens up with a right hand on Pascal.
Pascal is just trying to survive now. You can just say to help with him, let me go for the knockout. He's waited so long. Started out the fight on his toes, on a bicycle, which I thought was kind of surprising, but it's like a continuation from the first fight.
Hopkins.
Oh!
He
Finally got him. He's got a minute 22.
What can Pascal do with this chance he gave himself? Hopkins now will tie up for dear life.
He's got one chance. He's got one chance. We have 30 seconds to try and drop him.
Here comes Pascal.
Wasted time.
Study long, study wrong.
That was the opportunity right there.
Is Hopkins back? Is he steady again? Double jabs and throws a right hand.
Under a minute.
Pascal drilled him.
You forget how good a chin Bernard Hopkins has.
It was tested there.
He has stamina. He's got speed.
That was a terrific right hand by Pascal. And it hurt Hopkins. But he showed a ton of mettle.
Living legend, as I said. And he's fighting.
Hook by Hopkins.
10 seconds to go.
It looks like the older man took the younger guy to school.
And funked him.
In his hometown. Somebody may be unhappy again.
I think so.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards. Guido Cavallari scores at 115-113. Danseco Renate, 116-112. Anek Hangtangka
114, 115, all to the winner by unanimous decision. And new light heavyweight champion of the world from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The legend lives on, Bernard, the executioner, Hopkins.
So justice is done.
Absolutely.
Fighting out of the blue corner with his trainer Nazim Richardson, wearing purple, official weight 174 1/2 pounds. His professional record, 52 victories, including 32 knockouts, 6 defeats, and 2 draws. Tonight, with his place guaranteed in the Hall of Fame, he challenges for another world title as we turn the page to another chapter in the saga of boxing's ageless warrior. From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the 2-division, 6-time champion of the world, Bernard, the executioner, Hopkins. And fighting out of the red corner with his trainer Abel Sanchez, wearing white, professional record, a perfect one. 24 fights, 24 victories, including 19 knockouts. From Tallahassee, Florida, USA, the reigning, defending, undefeated IBF light heavyweight champion of the world, Tavoris Thunder.
See what final words here.
All right, y'all guys can start clearing it out. How you doing, Mike?
At regulation height.
All right, Tavares, Bernard.
The referee can't get them in there.
Tavares.
One up and shit.
Who's going to be second?
All right, gentlemen, you receive the instructions in the dressing room. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. Anything from here down is going to be considered low. Anything from here down is going to be considered low. Are you ready? Are you ready? Then let's get this thing on. It's right here. All right.
Making some distinctions at the very top of the trunks for both guys. A little bit high, but not much.
Tavares.
Lars Cloud now going over to his corner.
Bernard.
Both guys just caged to get out, just get to work.
So Cloud walked first. Hopkins was introduced first. Most of the time, we've seen Hopkins start slowly. One exception was he knocked Joe Calzaghe down in the first round with a fight he lost back in 2008.
Break, don't punch, don't punch. Let him go, let him go, let him go, let him go.
You see Hopkins tie up a lot.
Fight.
Shorten the fight.
Could make it an ugly fight on his win.
In fact, the uglier it gets, usually the better he does.
You gotta set the pace, you gotta set the tone. You can't say, oh, he's going into the Hall of Fame and all the guys he's knocked out and guys he's beaten. You just gotta take it to him, make the old man work, be the aggressor.
You've got to look at what he's done in the last year or so. So this is who I'm in with.
Yeah.
Break, don't punch, don't punch, don't punch. Hold up.
Cloud's trying to give him a little bit of his medicine.
Let him go. Time out.
Right off the bat.
Not going for that bullshit. I say break, I mean break.
Set the tone. Referee has to set the tone.
I like that. I think both guys understood what he said.
I'm not going for that nonsense. And it's important that he steps up and does that because
early.
Yeah, because this is something that will gravitate into a wrestling.
Break, don't punch, don't punch.
holding and the hitting. And of course, the referee knows, though, that fans paid to see this. People around the world tune in to see a good match. Hit by Hopkins. Good right to the body by Hopkins.
Break, don't punch, don't let him go.
This seems like it's setting the tone. There's going to be a lot of cuts. Grab it in this fight.
You see a lot of the referee.
Yeah. That would be Earl Brown.
Break, don't punch, let him go.
Jab by Cloud. Second one was better, and then Hopkins tried to
don't punch.
counter off that.
Don't push him, please.
Cloud on the outside, trying to jab, and then scores a jab in the right hand.
Break, don't punch. Stop punching, stop punching. Let him go.
We'll score this round 5-5.
Break, don't punch, don't punch. Let him go. Time!
Second round action, Bernard Hopkins and Tavares Cloud at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York. Dave Bontempo and Tony Page with you as Hopkins 52-6-2, 32 knockouts. Trying to take away the title of Cloud, who's 24-0, 19 knockouts.
Seems like Cloud's trying to pick up the pace just a little bit, which he should. Fighting the older man.
Make him use his legs.
Yep.
Good hook here by Cloud. Hopkins missing with a leaping right hand.
Now to really be picking up the pace. Work the body, work the jab.
Yeah, this really does, more than other fights, turn into a pacing factor, because if you let Hopkins get comfortable, he'll steal it from you.
Break, don't punch, please, don't punch, let him go.
You almost have to take the mindset, you know what, let me try and knock this guy out. If everybody just waits, and next thing you know, it's the 8th round, and it's a looking tough fight, when you should have made an adjustment early.
And that's what Dawson did in the last fight, and he was trying to do it in the first fight. Muscling.
Don't hold him. Punch out. Don't hold him, punch out.
That was a good shot by Cloud. See, he's got to
Don't hold him,
I'm
punch
the
out.
champ,
Come
I'm
on, punch
younger,
out. Hands are free.
I'm strong.
Hands are free.
Step back and
Hands are
punch.
free.
Referee letting them work their way out here. And Cloud goes back with 3 shots.
Nice one at the end.
May have been a good message he sent there, as he drove Bernard Hopkins off him. Now he needs to parlay. And for you, Cloud, you're wasting a little time on the outside here. Just scored your best 3 shots.
Try and go through it. Like I said,
Let
take
him
a
go,
chance
Tavares, you own
a
him.
little bit,
Let
but
him go,
Bernard's
punch out.
not a
Break, don't punch,
big
don't punch.
puncher.
Hook misses by Cloud, and then Hopkins on him. Jab by Hopkins.
Cloud was laying 12 punches to Hopkins 8 total punches in this round.
Break, don't punch, let him go. Hey.
Round 3, Bernard Hopkins and Tavares Cloud, the IBF Light Heavyweight Championship.
On Cloud, you almost have to think, like I said earlier, trying to knock this guy out. 48 years old, what am I doing?
Break,
what
don't
am I
punch,
afraid of?
Let him go. Break out.
Also, His last knockout, Hopkins, 2004. So you've gotten the blueprint on how to fight him based on what Dawson did. Now, Dawson is, of course, a lefty, but the idea of muscling
rough him up, why not?
Is the way to go. Hopkins trying to dig in here. Cloud opens up.
You should keep doing that. You should use your power. 24 wins, 19 knockouts.
Touches Hopkins there with the jab, catches him coming in. Jab by Cloud. Hopkins moving left and right, but Cloud gets there first with the jab. Right hand is there for Cloud, doesn't do it.
Nope. Got to pull the trigger.
Hopkins catches Cloud.
Break.
Adjusting his trunks.
Right. Break. Don't hold. Break. Let him go, Tomas. Tomas, you're holding in him. Don't hold him in him, all right?
Cloud needs room to operate. Hopkins wants him to have none of it.
Now he's got to just attack at this point. Come forward, throw punches. Come in behind the jab.
Jab by Hopkins.
Don't hold him.
See when
on the inside.
When Hopkins smothers you, he took your jab away. That was inside of the right hand by Hopkins.
Cloud is following Hopkins, but he needs to be effective in this aggression in order to win. Otherwise, Hopkins will settle in and toy with you. Kind of how Hopkins is looking at this moment. Flashes of being able to toy with Cloud.
No hold.
So it punches this
Break.
round.
Don't punch.
12. Cloud 7.
And when you hear numbers like that, then you sense that Hopkins is keeping the fight low enough to gum up the works.
Yep.
He has a chance to win if those numbers are anemically
Time!
Please make a deal before I have to make a ruling. And his ruling in this case would be taking points away. He doesn't want to do that.
Fight.
Talk about the numbers in that last round. If you're going to have only 7 punches landed for Cloud, that's way below his normal.
He should be throwing 5 times that. He should be throwing a bunches of punches, making the old man work, making it move.
He should be throwing 50 to 70 in a round.
He's acting like, I got to be careful because he's knocked out his last 20 opponents.
Body shot by Hopkins. You wonder if he is getting inside Cloud's head a little bit, because every time something happens, Cloud in that instant he pointed to his hip to try to show the referee that the punch landed low. But he's somewhat focused on Hopkins' theatrics as well as fighting. There's a good right hand by Hopkins.
He said they had no way he wanted, but the crowd cheered and judges saw it.
Hopkins moving to his right, trying to set some traps. Have Cloud move into them. There's a good left hook by Hopkins.
Don't punch. Let him go, don't punch. Right.
As Cloud again moved in without jabbing.
What is he waiting for? You're the champ.
Don't punch.
You're the challenger going after the champion. You have to dictate the pace, dictate terms, but you're not.
It starts that he's jabbing and missing. And then he looks lost coming in.
Yeah.
Good hook by Cloud. Good shot, good left hook by Cloud.
Break. Don't punch.
Right. Seen.
pick it up now after Burnett had the first part of the round.
Break. Let him go. Don't punch. Come on, Tavares. Don't punch him in the back, please. Go.
Shoulder butt by Hopkins. Right hand.
Good. Stealing around.
Break. Let him go, Bernard. Let him go. 10 seconds, guys.
Stealing around.
Time!
Wow. 10 for 41. That's 10 jabs around for Hopkins throwing. So the jabs are in Cloud's favor. Big for him as we go into round 5. And the inside battle will tell us another story as we go along.
Trying to step up the pace. Hopkins standing right in front of him.
What Hopkins has managed to do many times in his career is the guy comes at him for a couple of rounds. He fights that off.
Break. Don't
punch.
Let him go, Bernard. Let him go.
The slow pace again.
Yeah. Tape on the end of back of it.
That's a delay for some time in the round. That
Yeah,
will work conveniently for him.
Hold him. Break.
Right hand by Hopkins missed. The left hand was quite low, but not seen by the referee.
Tavares seems as far as Cloud seems to be picking up his offense.
Trying to cut off the ring here. Jab by Cloud.
Break. Don't punch him. Let him go.
Another low one.
Right.
By Hopkins.
Just doesn't seem to pull the trigger fast enough or pull it at all.
He gets flashes of knowing how to fight him, and then unable to follow up. And Hopkins.
Break. Don't punch. Let him go. Right.
Ties him up, gets inside, shortens the fight. Good hook by Cloud. And Hopkins is right back to the right hand. Back to the right hand is Cloud.
Cloud, good shot. Backed him up, but he's got to keep throwing punches right here.
Fight broke out here in the last half a minute. Missed by Cloud, good uppercut by Hopkins.
Defense for Hopkins, a couple of punches get out of the way.
Break. Don't punch.
Was launching the shot from a good distance.
Don't punch. All right.
Cloud's landed 17 punches, Hopkins 14 in this round.
An offensive showcase.
Yeah.
Whatever happens, I mean, these are Hopkins' 6th round action. Bernard Hopkins, 52-6-2, 32 knockouts. Tavares Cloud, 24-0, 19 knockouts. Cloud, the current IBF light heavyweight champion. He's held that title since 2009.
Not like a 48-year-old, fighting more like a 42-year-old.
Shaves a little off.
Gets younger as the fight goes on longer.
And if you can turn Cloud into a 36-year-old, left hook by Hopkins. Hopkins would love every type of controversy, stoppage, referee getting mad at them, crowd getting on them. He will feed off that. There's a nice right hand counter by Hopkins. Starting to set some traps. Good left hook by Cloud. This has often been a part of the fight where Hopkins settles in and then throws right hand leads, which you're not supposed to do against righties, but he can get away with it because of his angles.
Break, don't hold him, break. No punch, no punch, no punch.
Rope-a-dope there, just letting him punch and not do anything.
Jab by Cloud. Interesting thing is you watch
punch
Hopkins
out.
up
Break,
close.
break, don't punch, don't punch, don't
You
punch,
see
don't
him
punch.
get caught clean that often.
No.
He can roll, he can deflect the shots.
He's not a clinic right now.
Body shot by Hopkins.
He makes Hopkins work away. He's against the ropes. You got to cut it off. Don't let him slide away.
Time. Neutral corner. Be a doctor.
He's shaking his head like that. Oh, come on now.
Take a look at his eyes.
Accidental headbutt.
Accidental headbutt has been called. You have enough
Accidental
rounds
headbutt.
in. If this,
Good. All right, time in.
that does stop the fight, we will have a verdict because we have enough rounds in.
Now Hopkins at 49-47. And here's Cloud trying to come on.
Ended by that.
So he's anxious because of the cut. He figures, all right, let me get him out of here. But Bernard, we'll find a way to open the cut.
Jab by Hopkins. Two shots by Hopkins gets in.
I think Hopkins has won my TKO with the mental aspect so far.
He has gotten inside of Cloud's head, we think, because Cloud has reacted to a lot of things that Hopkins does. Body shots by Hopkins.
Break. Time!
If the fight is stopped for that reason.
Talk about the replay needed in boxing.
The problem is we go into round 7, it's either been so costly people can't do it, or it takes so much time.
The
momentum has clearly swung.
We got it 59-56 Hopkins.
The executioner is slicing up Tavares Cloud. And this is not a spot you want to be in against Hopkins, where he's comfortable and setting some traps.
And the crowd's on his side.
And when Hopkins is doing his best work, you see him moving to his right so often.
Something to be said about experience. You saw a shoulder roll to block the punch by Hopkins.
Up by Hopkins, a right hand.
In and out.
He is one of the most patient fighters ever. So if you get behind against Hopkins and you have to bring the fight to him, he is perfectly content with that.
Come on, guys, watch your heads, watch your heads.
Body by Cloud.
I think it's rope-a-dope right here. He'll take a couple of shots just to tire him out. Look, set a trap and bring him in.
And Cloud is coming in. Hopkins off the ropes.
Why is he coming in? See, he's losing the crowd. He's losing the round. He's waving the end, but he's not coming in. Now Hopkins is fighting like a 40-year-old. Getting younger as the fight goes on.
Don't hold him, don't hold him.
Don't take any seniority away from him. Here comes Cloud looping. Dramatizes it.
He could have whacked him, but he didn't.
Break. Don't punch.
He has got Tavares Cloud tied in knots right now.
Looking for Hopkins with a left hook. Let's see what happens.
And the B-Hop chant now nearly deafening here at Barker's as the crowd responding to what they're seeing here. A fine effort from Hopkins, and this is a crowd that was just 3 rounds ago going boring. Boring.
But Hopkins picked it up. That's why everybody's cheering him.
This is a crucial time. If you're in the corner of Tavares, settle down your fighter's emotions.
Total punches thrown, 12 for Hopkins.
don't punch, don't punch, don't punch.
Time! 5 rounds away. Going to be coming for the second time in a couple of years. The oldest man ever to capture a championship. He already is the oldest at 46. He defeated Jean Pascal a couple years ago. Now he's trying to do it at age 48. And he's got his momentum going. Dave Pontempo and Tony Page with you from Barclays in Brooklyn, New York, USA.
Watching the corner work on his eye, it's still bleeding, but when they put the gauze in the cut, he's like wincing and showing pain. It's like his mind is, is more on the eye than fighting Hopkins right now. They keep wiping the blood out. That means they're not doing a good job of closing.
No, not enough pressure.
No.
And he's got to give it a round for whatever they used to set.
You see the Vaseline put it in, they're gonna miss it. You see Cloud trying to, you seem like Cloud is starting to gamble, which means you could walk into something from Hopkins if you're not careful.
It's the equivalent of another sport, like throwing a bomb every time, not setting it up with the basic stuff. As a Cloud, got to set up with the double jab and then try to do something, but he's ignoring the first part and reeling away on Hopkins. And that's understandable in one sense, as Hopkins has been effective against him. But tactically, it's hurting.
He's trying to land punches. He's missing. He's trying to throw punches. And Burns waiting for that one big shot to get the crowd going. I got him right there.
Hands are free. Hands are free.
This is the rope-a-dope without the punish.
Yeah.
It's going back to the days of Muhammad Ali and George Foreman. He camped himself against the ropes and took a lot of punches to tire Foreman out. Hopkins is against the ropes, not taking a lot of shots.
Fighting back, making a man come in, walk into some shots.
But he is tired.
Hold, break, don't punch, don't punch.
Suddenly just turned him, now he's against the ropes. Making him walk toward Hopkins.
And he is a genius as far as the angles are concerned in boxing. Read some of the boxing publications as he gets hit here. Hopkins talking about slowly working a guy into the corner to cut off the ring. It's not just one step.
He took a big shot, but he came back with a couple.
Now trying to load up.
Don't hold him, bro. Don't push his head down. Break. Don't push his head down, Bernard. Let him go.
Minute or so of this round, good to Tavares Cloud. And Hopkins on the first part of it.
He can't really get hit again.
Ninth round action, 4 rounds to go here. Bernard Hopkins and Tavares Cloud.
Use that jab.
IBF light heavyweight championship that Cloud currently holds is on the line. Right hand by Cloud gets in. We have seen flashes of vintage Hopkins at times, laying back, setting traps, right hand leads, mugging Cloud. And yet Cloud takes a right hand there, got the benefit early.
Yep.
The referee stepped in and said, hey, we don't want this tying up. It was a break for Cloud stylistically.
A lot of shots that Cloud has thrown that Hopkins has sidestepped and made it miss. And I think that might have the judges also. It's also defense. He's landed some good shots and making it miss.
Right hand lead by Hopkins with a little bit of a
break, don't punch, let him go, let him go.
It's almost like
pillow fight combo there.
He's changed his tactic. He's not still in the end of the round, he's still in the beginning of the round.
And for Hopkins, that's when he's fresh, right off the break. If you could steal the beginning and then hold off.
Yep. Especially when the champ's not really pressing, he's not making the effort.
Lazy jab by Cloud. And now Hopkins is changing his movement. We said before everything was to the right by Hopkins. He's moving a little bit more left now. Putting a little something different into his arsenal.
Burnham's never been fast faster foot, but he's showing a swiftness. How to get in, get out, move around.
And it shows a variety of looks, so you get used to one of them over a couple rounds. And then you change it.
Punch out.
Couple body shots by Hopkins. Right hand off the track by Hopkins. Double jab, good right hand by Hopkins.
Break, don't punch.
Right. Stalking.
Hopkins just plotting around. As Hopkins broken Cloud down emotionally. You've seen this type of action, whether it's Tarver, Pavlik.
Get frustrated.
And you think he's right there, you're going to land a big shot all the time, and you miss him by a couple inches every time. Like right there. This is a very good round.
Yeah, for Hopkins. He's made him miss. People taking away for that as he's landing also.
Probably the cleanest round. They need some urgency in that corner, too.
Absolutely.
Tell them how to do this. Start round 10. If you Cloud, you're behind Hopkins. You got to think, first of all, start.
Break, don't punch. Let him go.
He ran right into it. He's strong and tough.
Nobody can pass time and sit in a lead if indeed he has a good one than Hopkins.
Hopkins is going to that eye right off the bat. Looks like they're passing it out. Making it back again.
Good right hand by Hopkins. I'm talking about emotionally breaking a guy down. Here's Cloud constantly attacking. And it's Hopkins who is scoring.
Break, don't punch. Break.
You should be telling Cloud you're losing. As Angelo Dundee would say, you're drawing.
You might have to say now, you already have blown it.
Right.
You're a knockout. That famous line that Angelo Dundee said to Sugar Ray Leonard. He fought Tommy Hearns in 1981, and Leonard was letting it slip away. And he came back after Dundee's words. I think that address should have been given to Cloud maybe in round 7.
Yes, a while ago. With some yelling and screaming to just get his attention.
We talked about the critical time back then for him to make an adjustment. And he could make, back then you would say he could make more of a tactical, stylistic adjustment slowly. But now,
Hold on, break, don't punch.
It's a much more urgent situation for him.
It's like when there's no action, it's Hopkins. When Hopkins comes forward and doesn't let any punches, it's Hopkins. Hopkins exchanges, it's Hopkins. It's like he's not, there's no way to lose the round.
Don't punch. Let him go.
Tavares not doing it.
Fight.
We've seen it before. Tarver, when it is a prohibitive favorite against Hopkins, it was coming off a lot of momentum. And I thought that fight several years ago may have been Hopkins' finest hour.
Yeah.
He absolutely disassembled
Don't punch him, please.
a reigning champion. And he did it with the counter shots. He did it by making Tarver miss him.
Break, don't punch. Don't push your head down, please. Fight.
Steal it, so it's trying to steal it.
Into round 11. Bernard Hopkins.
Watch your heads, guys. Break.
Continuing to build upon his legend.
Come on, guys, stop the hold. Fight.
Man who has had championships in 160, 168, 175 pounds.
18 champions at one point or another.
Oldest man win a championship ever, age 46. Now 2 rounds away from doing it at age 48. Hopkins
Break, don't punch, don't punch. Come on, Tavares, stop it. Back. No, but you hit him in the back. Don't hit him in the back.
Hopkins doesn't fight that much in the round. A lot more in these rounds than he does quite some time.
And I think that when this is over at this pace, the connection percentage of Cloud should be a revealing number.
Yeah.
Whatever that is, it has to be very low.
Push his head down.
I'm curious if Hopkins has thrown more punches than
What he's done is he
don't push his head down,
probably has it. It turned it into a low-scoring affair.
Break, don't punch, don't punch, don't punch.
And that's Hopkins' specialty.
Keep it in there, bud. You don't play, look. He's tired already, yeah? He's thinking. He's ready, Mark the change, get up on knee run.
Come on, don't hold him. Break, don't punch, don't punch. Right?
What's good about Hopkins' defense? Makes it not miss.
Break. Don't punch. Let him go. Don't punch.
And then making him pay.
Right.
Jumping into the fray and getting there.
Hopkins still controlling the action from the outside. Setting it up. Tavares not doing nothing. That's it.
Hopkins leaping now. Cloud is lost. He's following
Break.
Hopkins.
Don't spin him.
Has no plan to
Right.
offensive game plan.
Now the lead right hand.
Break,
by
don't
Hopkins.
punch. Come on, Bernard, you're holding a little too much, man. Fight.
Hopkins wise enough until he hears the warning that you're holding a little too much, and then he'll back off. He knows that's at the point where I could lose something here, and he'll push it to the border.
Come on, watch the back.
The angles, you can't hit him because he's turning his back to you. You have to step around him, but he doesn't know how to do that.
And you say to yourself, it's only two men. One guy's got to be able to fight off the angles and get the other guy. When you're in there and you see those angles and you miss the guy by 3 inches every time, the frustration mounts. Bernard Hopkins, Tavares Cloud at Barclays in Brooklyn, Dave Bontempo, and Tony Page with you on what now looks to be an historic occasion in boxing. 3 minutes away from watching Bernard Hopkins win a championship at age 48 and eclipse his own record. Grabbing the right hand by Hopkins. And you talked earlier, Tony, about motivating Hopkins. The last fight with Dawson had to motivate him too, because it was the most clearly he's ever been beaten.
Yeah.
And the most clearly that he would even admit to himself that he was.
If he won it, maybe it's over.
And he doesn't want to go out that way.
Nope. And he's going out, so far, he's controlling the action.
He lost to Jermaine Taylor twice, but convinced himself that he won. Lost to Joe Calzaghe, but dropped him. Lost to Roy Jones Jr. That was the first time he really didn't clearly beat, but that was about 20 years ago.
And a very boring fight at that.
And he actually fought Jones again and beat him.
Break, don't punch. Let him go, Bernard, let him go.
Also a boring fight.
Yep.
But when Hopkins does his best now, you're going to say it's boring. Compared to other sports around the world, it's like watching a football game in Europe that's 1-0.
Yeah. That could be very true.
It's a guy basically taking a lot of the offense out of the equation and beating you in a low-scoring affair.
We haven't seen Hopkins fight this much in a long time. In each round, through the whole fight.
Now the cut opens up. Left eye is an exclamation point. This is in a different spot. This is at the side of the eye, not in between.
Bernard looking at drop the right hand right on it.
Jab by Hopkins.
Makes it miss again.
He is toying with Tavares Cloud. The 48-year-old professor conducting a lesson to the 31-year-old champion.
Now fighting like a 38-year-old.
He's moved Cloud up to age 36.
Absolutely.
Hopkins again from round 4 on, masterful in his ability to frustrate.
Crowd knows it. Appreciate his effort.
In the crowd, they're in on history, so are we, and so are you.
Old man adds yet another chapter to his legacy.
Turn back the clock. Here's Michael Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the scorecards. John Stewart, 116, 112. Tom Schreck, 117, 111. John Potteray, 116, 112. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight you have witnessed history. The winner by unanimous decision, the Fighting Pride of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and no IBF light heavyweight champion of the world, Bernard, the Executioner Hopkins.
Well, a little bad blood spilling over. Hopkins having some words with Don King, who promoted him once.